Distinguished guests, dear friends, colleagues, I think it's time that we started today's conference that we named Equality and Diversity in Forestry, Changing the Image of Forestry. I'm very happy to see so many faces, familiar faces, and also a new one, and we are happy to have more than 130 participants from nearly 30 countries. So I hope that also those who are with us online can hear us. But let's start. Women play a crucial role in the forestry sector, contributing significantly to sustainable forest management and conservation efforts. Their involvement ranges from community-based forest management to leadership roles in policy making and research. Today we are facing a labor shortage in forestry. Young people do not know and do not recognize forestry as a green profession of the future. If we want to address this labor shortage, we need to change the image of forestry. Empowering women in forestry not only promote gender equality, but also enhance the overall effectiveness and sustainability of forest management, and for sure contribute to new image of forestry.
Good morning also from my side. Changing the stereotypes and changing the image is always a process that needs discussion and meetings. And Forum today proved this. Of course, this is not the first conference about the women in forestry. The first in this part of the world was organized in May 2021 in Austria, followed by a conference in Bled in November 2022. And now we are here, and the interest from the conference shows that we are on the right track. Before we start with the presentation, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Alenka Korenjak from the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food of the Republic of Slovenia, to address us and open the international conference. Please, Mr.
Dear Director of Slovenian Forestry Institute, Dr. Nike Kranjc, distinguished participants of the International Conference Equality and Diversity in Forestry, Changing the Image of Forestry. I am honored to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food at this international conference. Slovenia proudly calls itself a land of forests. The forest is a symbol of the country's identity and reflects its commitment to sustainable development. This is evident from key facts. Nearly 60% of the country is forested. There are approximately 460,000 forest owners. We have legally established sustainable, close to nature, and multifunctional forest management. And our forests are in a good condition. However, our forests and forestry offer many untapped opportunities that could elevate the management of this most important natural resource. Women represent a largely underutilized potential both in Slovenia and globally. The role of women in society as well as in forestry is changing. In traditionally male-dominated professions, the presence of women adds diversity, as they often think and operate differently from men. According to the latest data, 41% of forest owners in Slovenia are women. They own approximately 35% of the total forest area, although their properties tend to be smaller. Gender differences influence how forests are managed. One of the notable distinctions is that female forest owners are more inclined to prioritize the ecological and social functions of forests over their productive functions. We do not have precise data on the percentage of women employed in forestry, but at the Slovenia Forest Service, women represent 21% of the workforce, and at the Slovenian Forestry Institute, almost 50% of researchers are women. At the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food, we recognize the importance of women in rural areas where forests and forestry also play a vital role. The establishment of the Council for Women in Rural Areas in 2019 was an important step toward acknowledging the position of women in all areas of agriculture and forestry. This helps to better integrate women into the workforce and decision-making processes in forestry. Women already hold important positions in Slovenian forestry. For example, the Ministry for Forestry is a woman, and State Secretary as well. And Dr. Nike Kranz, the director of Forestry Institute, is also a woman. A significant share of forest owners are women, and the number of women employed in forestry is increasing. However, we do not yet have an association that brings together different professional groups of women in forestry. I am confident that this international conference will contribute to exchanging existing knowledge as well as exchanging experiences and best practices. I wish you productive work, lively discussions, and pleasant days spent in our coastal environment. Thank you.
Thank you for these inspiring words. As we are foresters and we like wood, we prepared a small wooden present for you. Thank you, Alenka.
Thank you very much.
Results from Fem2forests study showed that female professionals find their work interesting, meaningful, and enjoy being in the forests. Female professionals work in the forest sector not only because they are rewarded with attractive salaries. In many cases, their job offers them a sense of stability, opportunity for work and life balance, and happiness. One of the biggest employer in forestry in Slovenia is Slovenian Forest Service. And it's my honor to invite Director Gregor Danel to address this conference. Please.
Nike, thank you very much. Good morning, dear ladies and very few gentlemen, not like usual. I'm Gregor Danel, Director of largest employer in forestry sector in Slovenia. It's Slovenia Forest Service, it's a public service. Today Nike asked me to have a short welcome speech, and I will not be talking about equality or gender imbalance, but I will rather talk about diversity. Diversity of sexes, diversity of young and experienced, we cannot say old, we have to say experienced. And at the end, also the diversity of professions in our forestry sector. We can say that forestry sector is male predominant. Also, we can say experienced predominant. We can also say that it's rather close to other professions. It's really closed sector. So we are nowadays dealing on diversity in our forest ecosystems. So we are with other diversity. So we are dealing also with the other diversities. What I said, diversities of sexes, diversity of younger versus experienced, experts, etc. It's all about diversity nowadays. My personal opinion is that diversity is needed, and at Slovenia Forestry Service we are stepping in diverse working environment, and our women forester colleagues are showing us how diversity in all means is helping us to be better. So I wish you a pleasant stay in Slovenia and excellent conference results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Diversity is very important also in forests, so thank you for these opening words. Associations of women in forestry provide a platform for women and to voice their concerns, share experience and influence policies that affect their work and lives. They create networks to offer support, mentorship and professional development opportunities, helping women advance in their careers. And they advocate for gender equality and raise awareness about the unique challenges women face in forestry sector. To bring different initiatives under one umbrella is a specific task of Women in Forestry International. This is an organization, and now I'm giving the floor to the Dagmar Karish-Giger, chairwoman of the Women in Forestry organization. Please.
Imagine all the women who are sitting here were men and all men who are sitting here were women. That's what I saw when I started working in forestry at the end of the last millennium. So I'm also quite experienced now. Thank you very much for this very polite solution for this fact. Being a woman in forestry 20 years ago was like being a fir among lots of spruces, at least in Austria. And in 2001 we had enough of this status and we decided to found a network for all these fir trees, a little fir forest. And we founded a network for women in forestry. Nobody cared except ourselves. We were eyed at with a little bit of suspicion, but that was it. It took 10 years. Then in 2011, someone, it was a man, surprisingly, discovered that women own resources in forestry. Female forest owners own forests and woods, and women own skills and competencies. And this guy, it was the chairman of the Styrian Forest Owners Association, he wanted to mobilize these resources and make them usable for forestry, as he decided that women play and should play an important role in forestry. And he said to me, you're a woman, you have a network, you're working for a training center, you're going to develop some activities for female forest owners. And we did that. We started to develop training measures and to implement that. And these measures were really quite well received and we got some experience. Some years later, another guy came to me, also a man, interestingly. He was working for the wood cluster theory and said, now, you have some experiences, you're a woman, you have a network. Let's go international and compare what's going on in other countries of Europe, how they are doing, and let's develop new activities for women in forestry. And Fem2forests was born. Fortunately, he knew nuclear grants. And Fem2forests really brought very interesting experiences and new knowledge. And as was mentioned already, we saw that one key is to support women by networking, to bring them closer together. And we also discovered that there are other networks for women in forestry, in Poland, in Iceland, in Estonia and so on. And that was the point where we decided, oh, we want to keep these networks closer together, we want to stick together, and that was the reason why we founded the new umbrella organization, Women in Forestry International, called WOFO. And I'm really happy to be here today to hold this conference together with the Fem2forests project, our new baby, as we can say. And I'm sure we will have two very, very interesting days, and these days will bring us even closer together. They will allow us to put new roots down and to grow together, and I wish us good luck, and I'm sure that we will have great days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have also a small present for you. Thank you. In January 2024, a consortium of 15 project partners launched an international project, Fem2forests, Innovative Pathways for Efficient Involvement of Girls and Young Women in the Forestry Sector. The project is co-funded under the Interreg Danube program. The project involves 15 partners from 9 countries along the Danube region. The leading partner of the project is the Slovenian Forestry Institute, and the project leader is Nike Krajnc. Nike is a director of Slovenian Forestry Institute. Before, she was a researcher at the institute for more than 20 years. Her primary area of research is use of wood biomass as energy source, forest value chains, and private forest owners. She was a coordinator of the project Fem2forests, the previous project, Forest in Woman's Hand. Now I would like to invite Nike Kainz for her opening speech, please.
Thank you, Andrei. I'm sorry, you will be hearing me today quite a lot, but I'm really honored to be here today as a host, and because I believe that forestry is undergoing changes toward diversity and inclusivity. And as it was already mentioned, Fem2forests project is a project called Innovative Pathways for Efficient Involvement of Girls and Young Women in the Forestry Sector. And this is, I think, one of the crucial things, one of the most important tasks of us more experienced to change the image of forestry into the direction that it will be recognized as a green profession of the future. I must say that I was sad when I saw the results of our first study, Fem2forests project. It will be presented later on. But it's forestry in many young eyes. It's seen as a profession when we are talking only about cutting the trees. And I believe that forestry is not about cutting the trees. Harvesting is only one of small parts of forestry, but all the others is working for the future of forests and working for the future of society. So our goal in the Fem2forests project is to change this image in the eyes of youngsters and make forestry a green profession also in their eyes, because we as foresters, we believe that that is the most greener job in the labor market. But anyway, the presence today shows that, as it was already said, that we are on the right track, that we have to continue with our efforts. And I believe, and I see this conference today as the first seed for the change in forestry. So let's all together sow a seed of change in forestry. And I'm looking forward to all discussions and presentations. We have excellent speakers today during the day. Tomorrow, our foresters in the field prepared a very interesting field trip. So thank you for coming, and I'm looking for these 2 days to spend it with you.
Thank you, Nike. Now it's time to go through our work day. So we will present today's program. As you have already noticed, the program is divided into 4 sessions. First session, this in the morning, will be about the workforce of tomorrow, agenda perspective. The second one, after the coffee break, is about the education built on equality and diversity in forestry. The third session after lunch is changing the image of forestry by inclusion of women. And the last session in the afternoon is networking of women as a key of change in forestry. We will conclude our working day with the panel discussion, which will last about 45 minutes. And the main theme of that panel discussion will be cooperation is the key for success.
Yeah, but before we go on, I think it's right that I present my co-host, Andrei. You probably, those who were in black, probably remember that he was my co-host also there. So Andrei Breznikar works in forestry for almost 30 years, so he's also experienced. He works at Civilian Forestry Service. During his professional path, he had been involved in different work fields, such as district forester, forest management planner, advisor for forest education, and public relations consultant. But today he's working as a head of department for silviculture, and he's always very supportive for women in forestry.
And today also as a moderator of this session.
So thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
So before we start with the presentation, let's also give you some housekeeping instructions. You all got the booklet in the bags, and it's about today's program. There are extensive summaries of all presentations, so you can follow also there, and there are some empty pages at the end where you can write down your questions. So please, there will be place for questions after each presentation and also at the end of each session. And we are really looking forward also to this debate. The conference is also online. It wasn't meant as a hybrid event, but it's a stream. We have a video online to the Facebook or Fem2forests project. We have two breaks today. Coffee break will be a little bit after 11 outside this room. And then the lunchtime, a little bit before 2 o'clock, we will guide you to the restaurant. These are the basic information. I will give the floor now to Andrei.
Some notes about the presentations. You know, we have many presentations today, and the presentation will last from 15 to 20 minutes. So we kindly ask all the presenters to stick to that time slot that has been given to them. But at the beginning, we will start with the keynote speech, and this will last a little bit longer. And I would like to invite Zarja Mušić to join me. The title of her presentation is Rooted in Diversity, Women Changing and Shaping the Future of Science. So Zarja is a freelance science communicator and journalist working with Slovenian and international media. In recent years, she moved from research work to science communication, where she mostly covers topics ranging from biology to environmental sciences to human behavior and technology. She has received multiple awards for her work. She is also a citizen science ambassador of the European Citizen Science Project in Slovenia. Zarja, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just a second. It works now, yeah? Yeah, okay. So, can you hear me if I speak loud, or should I take a microphone? I like to walk, that's why. But it's okay without microphone? Yeah? No?
Because of the video.
Ah, because of the video, yeah, of course. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. So, yeah, I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you to organizers for inviting me. So, yeah, I'm a science communicator. My name is Zarja. And I've been covering science for last 10 years. Basically, I started during my bachelor. I'm just going to give you a short overview of my background. So I'm a biologist. So I studied at the same faculty as forestry in Slovenia. And I have masters in biology and cognitive science and a PhD in evolutionary anthropology. And I was more interested in the human evolution than in anything that would have to do with the forests, even though forests have been important for our human evolution. I was thinking, I think a lot about women in science. So first of all, in my work, I try to track whether I interview men or women when I do it, and I have like a spreadsheet so I know how I follow in these fields. And I do always notice this difference, not necessarily in natural sciences, life sciences, especially when it comes to technology and engineering, that it's much harder to find women to interview, and also the number of women I interview is much lower in comparison to other fields that I cover. And then second thing, how I got into women in science is that last year I went to the United States of America with a scholarship from the American Embassy, where I met with other 50 women from around the world that work in different fields of science, and we talked a lot about the diversity, inclusion, and equity in science, and how to bring women in science, and what kind of struggles we go through, and things like that. And I think this event, especially here with like so many women, where you can share your experiences, where you can actually create new ways for future women leaders and for future women foresters to come into your field. I think it's great that you have this kind of events. And a lot of times when I think about women in science, it's usually, oh, we need role models, right? And then I think for myself, what role model did I have had did I have, that I went into the sciences, that I went into life sciences field. And I actually didn't have a role model as like a person, as like a scientist that I would look up to or somebody at home, but I read a book in the 5th grade of my primary school called Sophie's World. Anyone knows this book? It's about philosophy, actually. It's a book that teaches teenagers about philosophy, and there is a girl that explores philosophy, and her name is Sophie. And she speaks with a philosopher first through letters and then in person, and that's how she discovers the whole world of philosophy. But in the beginning of that book, there is a story about one really important human trait that I think men, women, all genders possess definitely, and that's curiosity. We might lose it when we grow older, but I think curiosity is one of the values and one of the things and one of the traits that we really need to nourish, just as we need to nourish our forests and our nature around us. And the story in the Sophie's World goes something like this, that like when you get older, you get other obstacles, you don't have this privilege, this time to be curious about the world around you, but you just fall into deep down into the rabbit fur and you forget to be curious and look around the world. So I realized that maybe this curiosity and this thing, this excitement about science that I read, that Sophie had in the world, that was presented to Sophie, and that actually maybe from this book is my role model, that I went into science and that I went into life sciences, and that now I cover science and I made it my profession in a way. Next thing that I would like to stress in this presentation, sorry, I have my phone in my hand because I have some notes in for later on, because there is a lot of names I'm gonna introduce you to today. It's, I've been covering COVID pandemic really extensively in Slovenian media. And one thing I learned in the beginning, I came into this field, especially from biology. I knew about viruses, I knew about vaccines and things like that, and I was just covering really natural sciences, like really hard medical sciences, basically. And then I realized that a pandemic has everything to do with humans, and how we understand the world is humans make the world, humans do science, and how we understand the world, we understand it with our human eyes. We are full of biases, we are full of preconceptions, we are not completely objective. And I love this quote from British science journalist. He works in the States now, Ed Young. I don't know if you heard about him, but he also writes a lot about nature, a lot about animal behavior. And it's a quote that I use in a lot of my presentations, just so you see that having women and having diversity in science, it's not there just for the sake of diversity, but it's actually because we bring different perspectives into science. And I think that's super important, and that's why it's worth doing events like this. That's why we need to have this kind of projects, and that's why we need to have higher diversity in science and more equity in science. And I'm just going to read this quote. So science is often caricatured as a purely empirical and objective pursuit, but in reality, a scientist's interpretation of the world is influenced by the data she collects, which are influenced by the experiments she designs, which are influenced by the questions she thinks to ask, which are influenced by her identity, her values, her predecessors, and her imagination. And that's super important for all of you women working in forestry, because you bring this different perspective into that maybe male leaders or men scientists might not have, just because of your upbringing and because of the way you see the world. And if we want to protect everything that we heard in the beginning speeches, so the sustainable environment, nature and things, we need different perspectives, and we need to be able to talk with one another and understand each other. So now I'm going to actually present you, I think, 5 different stories from history of science mostly, and also more contemporary science, that are not necessarily in the forestry field. They are mostly from biology, but they're stories that I covered in one way or another in my past journalism work. First thing we're going to do, we're going to step back into Victorian England. So we are somewhere in the 18th century, and in Victorian England, botany is the domain of women, actually. It wasn't seen as science, of course, but it was like a pastime activity. But women mostly wrote about botany in the 18th century. It was seen, unfortunately, or like fortunately, I don't know, depends how you look at it. First women at that time, of course, they were raised in a specific culture, in a specific way. They used botany to show and to present women how they should be women, how they should nourish the family, what they should provide for the family, and things like that. And they used stories from botany and understanding of plants to do that. And then in the 19th century, and here I need to stress that Priscilla Wakefield, she wrote an introduction to botany in a series of familiar letters, And this was actually the first systematic introduction to science written by a woman in 1796. It was written in letters. It wasn't a typical monography or a typical scientific article. At that time, maybe some men scientists did. It was a different way of talking about science and talking about nature, but it's now known as one of the first systematic introduction of science. Botany was seen as a very feminine discipline. They used family narratives, maternal storytelling, dialogues, and letters to talk about botany. One of the reasons why women did it was also because natural history was a big thing in Victorian England. So geology, botany, anything with nature was full of like also general newspapers, and women wrote those columns about these topics. Then Fem2forests wrote about botany teachings of ideal womanhood, how women should act at that time. This is still like, in a way, it still fell into the way society worked like that and understood the role of a woman at that time. However, in the beginning of the 19th century, then men wanted to professionalize botany and came in and said, okay, you women, you did some kind of lady science here, but we're going to do rigorous, proper scientific research to understand botany. And the language of botany then split between these literally and narrative forms that maybe women introduced to botany into more like specialized, depersonalized styles of writing of professional science as we know now. And we had a feminine way of botany, in a way, lady science, but now it was male-dominated professional field. However, there have been a few women at that time as well during this change. One of them was Jane Loudon, and it's her image here on the screen. And she actually wrote a book, Botany for Ladies, but because of this cultural shift, she then changed the name of the book to The Modern Botany. And then Lydia Becker was another woman of that time, also botanist, who actually fought, and there is a famous quote from her, and fought for the right of women to be in science. And she said there is no distinction between the intellect of men and women corresponding to and dependent on the special organization of their body or of their brains, which was like the belief that women belong to a specific role and men have different roles. So the narrative in 19th century really changed around botany. But there was another interesting character. Her name was Elizabeth Clark Wolsholm Elmy, or Elizabeth Elmy. She was a feminist, and she used botany for her feminist pursuits. So with explaining botany, she actually wrote 2 books that were books about sexual education for teenage girls and also for younger girls at that time. And that happened in the end of the 19th century. So it's interesting to see how in botany, in the history from Victorian England to, let's say, the beginning of 20th century, sort of change. On one side, the woman entered it to connect botany to a womanhood, and on the other side, then they used this for woman emancipation towards the beginning of the 20th century as well. So we always need to think, when we think about women in science or anyone, diversity, equality, and equality and inclusion in science, we need to think about these stories of how the historical change and the societal change might change how we see science and how we see specific fields of science, especially. Next example I'm going to give you is birds. This is a very contemporary studies, actually. In the last 5-10 years they came out. I mean, it's built on the studies of 20-30 years old, but this one, I think it was published a few years ago. So when the first animal behavior scientists studied animals, they were focused on men. Of course, why they were focused on men? Again, because of the way the world works, men had this power, men were the most important, men were the ones, the strongest of the genders and things like that. And they thought that only men need to show off for birds, need to sing to attract female birds. And because of this sort of bias, a lot of research was done on male bird songs and very few on female bird songs until like last 20 years, when actually studies about female bird songs came to be published and even started. A lot of these studies are actually, now we know, and this is just one of the studies, this graph shows more than 70% of species, of bird singing species, actually also females sing. Yeah, so majority of them basically. And there is another study that actually investigated who were researchers that study female bird songs, and majority of researchers that studies female bird singing were females, of course, because they were interested in that. And those are first authors. It gets even more interesting. So majority of first authors were female, while people in the leaders positions, of course, because of historical reasons, now this hopefully will change, because these first authors will become PIs of the labs and principal investigators, and they can be the last authors. I mean, anyone who works in science, usually you know that first authors are usually the one who do the study, and the last author is the leader of the lab. Usually this is sort of like an unwritten rule, and the last authors were mostly men. Still, on the papers that dealt with female bird singing, there were quite a lot of females as well as last authors, but it was really a field driven by female researchers that they discovered how important it is also that we know that female birds sing as well. Then the next story, which is even closer to me, is the primates. So primatology has a long history. It starts in the beginning of the 20th century, and the first studies in primatology came from zoos, actually, trying to understand how primates work, how primate society works. And there was one famous researcher, Sally Zuckerberg. He studied baboons in a London zoo, and he said that primates are really aggressive. They are male-dominated. There is male hierarchy, just like in the human society. Males are the ones that lead the world. Until the middle of the 20th century, finally women came to the primatology. One of them was studying lingurs in India, and they saw that they're heavily maternal-based, that they have maternal hierarchies, that females in that species are really important for their social organization. And what else females brought into animal behavior studies is, I don't know if anyone knows of Jane Altman. She was very important because she actually realized that a lot of animal behavior studies before the middle of the 20th century focused only on like, oh, I'm going to observe male, and I'm just going to observe male behaviors and not random behaviors that you might notice. So there was a bias towards what behaviors we observe, and we need to avoid that in science. Of course, we want to have a very random sample to actually see what's actually happening in nature and what behaviors animals express. And this is one of the most cited animal behavior papers, because she developed methodology for random observation of behaviors in nature. Again, a woman did that. And another, so we have Jane Goodall, Diane Fossey. Those are the first big primatologists. What women also did was they were more sturdy than men. Then they actually went out of the zoos into the nature, into the wild, to follow the animals and to follow and to explore their behaviors and to observe their behaviors, and not just for a few days, but actually for months at hand. So that's how we got the best explanation of animal behavior of primates, and we saw how diverse primate behavior is, and that there is no rule in primates, as well as not in humans, that male are the ones who are dominated and who should dominate everyone, and things like that. So women did these big changes in these fields. Okay, now for something a little bit different. This is a lion, and why I'm mentioning this is because I think that it's important to I don't know if you will know this story. Did anyone ever heard of Ike Mackenzie? No? She was a researcher, a polar explorer, and she wrote a lot of monographies and articles about lions, did a very systematic observation of lions, especially in polar environments. She transitioned from man to female, from man to woman at a very old age, and she was excluded from science at that point. She had a different identity before, and all her papers and all her monographs are written under her dead name, because scientists in her field did not accept that happened in the 60s, did not accept her transitioning. Even though that was the identity that she had, especially with studying lichen, which are very specific organisms, was very important to her work. And what she did was that she hid her identity into acknowledgement sections of her papers. She tagged herself with her Ike Mackenzie name as like that she also contributed to this paper, even though the scientific community did not accept her because of transitioning at that time when that wasn't accepted. So I really want to stress that there is a lot of different diversities, and we need to include them in our work. And especially to this person, to Ike Mackenzie, it was super important that she stressed this identity in her work. She even wrote it down in a way that she could in a scientific paper. So you could see that identity does inform how and what you do, how you do your work and what you study. Okay, now I'm gonna go into forestry, and here you know much more than I know about. And I'm just gonna tell you a story from an essay I found in a book that I really like. The book is called All We Can Save. It talks about climate change and the future and ideas how we can save our future. There is a book by author, sorry, I'm just gonna check my notes so I'm not gonna say the wrong person. So the author is Janine Benyus. She actually created a term biomimicry in the 90s. So it's a founder of biomimicry, but she wrote this essay about reciprocity in the nature. And as I'm sure you're all familiar with these two combating views of how forest and how ecological society or a group community works. On one side we have Clements, who was like in the beginning of the 20th century talking about more like a community cooperativeness between plants and other species in the forest. And on the other side we had Gleason, who was, maybe I'm pronouncing these names wrong, I'm sorry for that, who was more on the competition side. So we need to enable grass to grow. That's why we need to remove all the trees away from the grass so grass has a place to grow. Even though the first one more defended the way of like that these species somehow need each other, plants help other plants and facilitate their growth. So we have on one side this cooperation, and the other side more of a competition view of nature. And the competition view of nature, if the cooperation was popular in the beginning of the 20th century, in the middle of the 20th century, after Second World War and during the Cold War, competition came to be more fruitful, and scientists focused more on the competition among species instead of searching for cooperation. Again, the zeitgeist or the social structure, or the way the society works, really informed scientists. Again, they weren't completely neutral as they would like to be, completely objective. And then you probably know of these studies from Susan Simard. She studied paper birches and Douglas fir trees in the United States, and she discovered that they communicate through the probably mycorrhizal fungal connections. Not that they communicate, but that they share resources with one another. That basically they co-inhabit the same space, and they exist in this kind of community, so they help each other. And now we know in a lot of cases that, I mean, you know that much better than I do, that a lot of tree species and also animal species need each other for existence and need to support each other's existence. And this is again another way of like how maybe women, again another women scientist, found this connection. Now she calls it wood wide web. We know that this is a highly debated area because there is not enough research that this actually exists, or it does not exist, but it is one of the ways of explaining how forests and how actually the whole ecosystems might work. Okay, so I will finish here with my 5 stories. So we had Victorian England that was informed by the cultural, social times. Then we had bird studies, primates, and now forestry as well. And I'm gonna go to climate change. Why am I going to climate change? Because I think this is the biggest issue and the biggest thing we currently have, climate crisis, I should call it, better than change. And that's why we really need a lot of green jobs, as you said before, and a lot of people tackling this problem. But if we just look at the IPCC reports, they try to be very inclusive, though they are quite conservative with their estimates, but like inclusive in terms of who they include in their jobs, it's still only 33% in the latest report were women. So if any of you have a chance to contribute to these reports, I really encourage you to join in, because I'm sure you can bring a good perspective into it. But what's even more important, I said that one thing is gender, but other things that are also important for this thing is also where you come from. And the Global South is actually a home to the most of the world's population, but the least of the authors of IPCC reports come from there, which is really a shame. I know there are historic reasons. Yeah, science might not be that well developed there and things like that, but still we need to encourage people from all over the world to contribute to finding solutions and to finding ways to adapt and also to mitigate climate crisis. And I really want to stress that as women entering the science, as women entering forest, we are not there just, you are not there, and I'm not just in science because I'm a woman, but also because I bring different perspective, different ideas, different values, different identity, and with this also different imagination that we can create better world, more inclusive world, more diverse world, as was said already previously. We bring unique experiences and perspective, and we can shape and make better future. And last but not least, this is just one more encouraging or thought-provoking photo that we need to imagine, or can we imagine, trusting each other, working together for our common home, for Earth, in a way. And I think that you in your sector can really do a lot for that, and you really need to be courageous to step out and fight for what we already have and even improve the world we currently have. This is also a photo from this book that I mentioned, All We Can Save. And I'm just gonna say thank you. This is all from my side. These are the books where I found those stories. The rest of the studies are actually, I think, in the abstract I contributed to the thingy. I think they're listed there, so you can find more information there. And I'm going to stay around until lunch probably, so I'm happy to talk about these topics, or also if anyone wants to talk about science communication in general, I'm also here for that. I left out maybe a few details, but so I can tell you some more about it. And thank you so much for having me, and I hope, and if anyone has any questions, we can maybe have like 2 minutes or no? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, I see, we are just on the schedule. Yeah, thank you again.
Thank you, Zarya. Yeah, just maybe an announcement I forgot before. We have in that corner a large group of Ukrainians. They have their own translation, so that's why maybe you can hear a little bit of noise. But I hope that we can survive that, and we are very happy to have this group of ladies with us. So please, I hope that you are able to translate. So now we are going to the first session. It's called Workforce of Tomorrow, a Gender Perspective. Achieving gender parity in the workforce is crucial for economic growth and social progress. Studies show that closing gender gap in employment and in entrepreneurship could significantly improve and boost global GDP. Overall, focusing on gender perspective in planning of the workforce of tomorrow can lead to the more innovative, resilient, and prosperous society. We have 3 presentations in this first section, and the first one will be done by Mateja Karničnik. With more than 20 years of experience in human resource development, Mateja Karničnik works as the head of Human Resource Department at Prisma Foundation. Her work focuses on skills development, career orientation, social entrepreneurship, and innovation, research, training, delivery, and project management. In recent years, also in forestry sector. Will you prepare the presentation for her? Yes? Mateja, where are you? Yeah. She will present the first Fem2forests results, and the title of the presentation is Why Not Forestry? Comparative analysis of barriers and needs for the inclusion of girls and young women in forestry. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nika, and good morning. So my mission today is to pass what we learned during our research in Fem2forest project that was already mentioned before. But let me start at the beginning. Yes, the inner child helped me with this presentation, where you see some women figures from fairy tales. So if we look at our childhood, in many fairy tales that we heard, that there was a forest, something was happening in the forest, and there were a lot of women taking different parts, roles, and yes, what happens after that? What happens after we heard all these stories with women in forests? Well, we were very curious. Curiosity, we followed our curiosity. What is going on in the forestry sector? And we conducted this research where we backed on the insights that we already had with the Fem2forests project. That was the previous project that we worked on. And we got our first insights that women are present in the forest sector of the Danube region, that they own significant shares of private forests, but represent a smaller share in the forest workforce or even leadership positions. So forest management and interest representation is clearly male-dominated. But what was really promising was also a fact that we realized that there are high shares of female graduates in forestry programs, so we have hopes that the future of the sector may become more female. About women working in forest sector, we also found out that the female forest professionals are recognized members of the forest workforce, that they carry out a broader range of activities, a lot of research, nurturing, and so on, but that also different stereotypes, family care responsibilities, career mobility, and part-time work make women unable to take the leading roles in forestry enterprises. But they still work in forest because jobs are varied and they provide purpose. But we also know that the forest sector is changing and that the women are the part of this transformation. They are active and they are becoming more frequently employed in the forestry sector. They have a great interest in issues like climate change, nature conservation, forest maintenance, which is becoming more and more important, as we heard from Zarya. The sector is providing really green jobs, and but still forestry and forest-based industry are facing skills and labor shortages. So, we learned all this from our previous project, and for the next project, which is project Fem2forests, we wanted to learn, okay, we know now how the women are positioned in the sector, but why are not more women or girls going into this, on these career paths? So that's why this time we wanted to develop innovative career pathways for girls and young women, also strengthen the capacity of forestry education institutions, and facilitate the framework conditions for efficient involvement of women in different levels and stages in forestry organizations. So with this, we hope to impact the female representation in forestry by 2030. So we started our job, our project with the research. So we were asking, why don't more girls choose forestry as their profession? So why they don't follow these career paths? 9 countries were involved in this research, and we wanted to hear the voices of girls and young women. So we started with them, using a participatory approach, prepared 2 different questionnaires. Why 2? We wanted to hear from the girls that decided for the forestry, why, and we wanted to hear from the girls that didn't decide for forestry, why. So I will present you today the answers that we got from them. but we also involved other stakeholders, like from the education, career orientation, professionals, and so on, to tell us also their side of the story. So we invited them to the roundtable discussions to hear how they see it and what they think about it. The analysis was done on national and transnational level, and okay, I cannot move my slides now. Maybe you can help me. Yeah. So here are now the insights that we got from our joint report on barriers and needs for inclusion of girls and young women in the forestry sector. So, to begin with are the 1,170 responses that we got from the girls and young women. They were quite evenly shared between these categories of high school and faculty in forestry and outside the forestry. And the first information that we got was that most of the students in forestry came from the rural area. So they have this early contact with forest environment. We also wanted to know what are the factors that influence their decision for forestry or other careers. So in forestry, on the first place, we found personal interest in subject matter. And this is also the first thing that other students brought up. And this is something that we are happy about. So the young people, the girls and young women, are choosing careers that they are actually interested in and are passionate about, which is great. On the second position, in both groups, we found job availability and stability, which seems to be very important with this new generation. But then at the forestry students, on the third place, there was a work-life balance and also proximity of work. So they don't need to travel or go for work somewhere else. And with the other students, the third place belongs to the learning opportunities and finally also financing. And we heard before that the jobs are not so well paid in forestry. Sometimes people think like this, so this is why forestry students didn't brought this up. Okay, then we were curious, where do young girls and women get information that are influencing their decisions on career? And forestry students said that the most information they get are from parents and relatives, but also social media, followed then by the forestry schools, faculty websites, so they go and look for the information there. While other students search for information mostly on social media, and they got it from their schools they attended, so being a primary or elementary school. So they rely on that information. And the forestry students, it was also nice to hear that the most important reason why they selected this forestry career is out of love and passion for nature and forests. This was then followed by the meaning of work, the sustainable and ecological orientation, which goes all along this climate change and sustainability. they were also impressed, or important is that the way of education is offered, and awareness of climate problems and many others, but these were the most important ones. So we wanted to know why the students that didn't select forestry career, why not? And here a large part, 81% of them, didn't consider forestry as a career option at all. Why 77% have a very limited knowledge about the forestry career, so they don't know what career they can make in forestry, what are the different positions, and what is the aim of the forestry profession. So we asked them what would help them to maybe consider the career in forestry. And they said that they would need more information and materials on forestry careers, so to know more about it, to make this informative decision. They would love to have some opportunities for job shadowing, so to really practically see how this job is in reality. They would love to have some field trips, so very practical things, and also role models in forestry, of course, female role models. Okay, then after they decide for the career, what are the main barriers that they think or come across when they study forestry? On the first place are gender stereotypes and stigma related to this profession and women. Also underestimation of women's abilities and contribution. Lack of visibility of successful women, role models in forestry, cultural and social norms, but also job safety or physical demands. And we were also curious, what are the biggest misconceptions, stereotypes that are out there with the young people? And most of them said that the forestry is not for women, and that the options are very narrow, that it involves hard work and tree cutting. Yeah, so this is what is the perception of these professions. But also low payment, no higher education required, and limited career growth. This is what we are dealing with when talking about stereotypes. And we wanted also to hear how they think that the community is looking at the women in forestry profession. And well, 37% think that the community is looking on that very positively. Majority of answers being indifferently or they don't have an idea, and the 12% look at it very negatively. So women don't belong to the forest. So now we have these forest students finishing their studies, and what do they think are the job opportunities when they enter the labor market in forestry? Well, half of them are not sure whether they are well prepared for the jobs, but on the other hand, also half of them are sure that they are confident that they will get a job in forestry sector in their country. And they would preferably work in nature conservation, forest management, sustainable forestry, research, and similar. And how could we attract other students in these forestry careers? Well, they would like to see appropriate payment, better understanding that forestry can impact climate change positively, and career paths involving understanding, conserving, and managing the most valuable natural resources. So they are not sure that the forestry is offering that, so we have to work on that image. Which was also very surprising, is that forestry students were moderately informed about the skills and qualifications that are required for forestry careers, and others were less informed even, but what is concerning is that also forestry students were not really good informed about it, and this is also some place that we can improve and change. We asked also for some good practices that are already existing, and we heard a lot about mentoring, job shadowing, extracurricular courses, introducing innovative elective courses like sociology of forestry and similar. Also organizing promotional events like open days, career fairs, and so on. So to bring these forestry careers and profession closer to students prior they need to decide where to go. And how can we do it? With these last steps, we will work more in our next activities within the project. So we will, based on what we already heard, but we'll go into deep. So we can enhance awareness and change perception of forestry, promote gender equality, and strengthen education and career guidance, in short. But you will hear more about it after some year or few months. So, to end with the fairy tales, so how can we now connect these fairy tales and the reality of women now? If we look at the Snow White, here the forest is like a mysterious, dangerous, and transformative space where women face trials but emerge stronger and wiser. So similarly, forest sector can be perceived as challenging, male-dominated field where women must navigate barriers that we heard about, but also have the opportunity to overcome obstacles and transform both the sector and themselves. So what about Little Red Riding Hood? Here, the fairy tale depicts women as vulnerable, needing protection in the forest, which can again be parallel to modern misconceptions about women in forestry. And breaking these stereotypes could be an empowering narrative for women considering a forestry career, showing that forests are not places of fear, but potential. The third one is Baba Yaga, and in several fairy tales, we find women who are especially connected with nature and animals in the forest, and also this connects with the modern woman entering forestry because of love for nature, environment protection, and sustainability. And last but not least, the Rapunzel. In fairy tales, women are often isolated or need rescuing, mirroring the isolation women may feel in a male-dominated sector. And this creates a perception that women don't belong there. But to combat this, efforts to showcase successful women in forestry can counteract this image. So, forests should be the spaces for women's empowerment, leadership, and transformation to live happily ever after. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for this insight into what are the drivers for decisions of women to enter forestry sector. Now we will go to the second presentation in this morning's session. Dottora Rogelia is coming from University of Padova in Italy, and the title of her presentation is How a Massive Open Online Course Can Address Students' Motivation, Hesitancies, and Obstacles in Forest-Related Sectors. Dottora holds a PhD in Forest Governance from the University of Padova in Italy and works there as a researcher at the Department of Land, Environment, Agriculture and Forestry. Dottora's work focuses on forest policy and governance, social innovation and actors' capacities. In the latest years, mostly within the domain of forest genetic resources, nature-based therapy, education, and gender. Teodora was one of the 3 coordinators of the massive open online course of gender equality, diversity, and inclusion in forest-related sectors. Please, Teodora.
Thank you, Andrei. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. I will present work that we did as a consortium of partners in the name of few co-authors that were involved exactly in this presentation. Few of them are today with us, Ida and Barbara. Others, unfortunately, were not able to join, but they all contributed to the work that is also building on the course we developed. So the presentation is more or less standard. I'm going to tell you also some of the things that we already heard, a bit about current forestry workforce and future needs, then a bit more about student motivations and hesitancies to enter forestry-related sectors. Then we are going to go into more details on the gender-based discrimination in forestry and the calls for action for the change. And then we are going to focus on the massive open online course that we developed in the previous 2 years and some preliminary results. And of course, at the end, I'm going to briefly conclude. So if we look into current forestry workforce, we know that forests globally provide employment and livelihoods to at least 1.5 billion people. And we know that around 33 million persons were annually employed in the forest sector. But this number is steadily decreasing over the years, as we already heard. And one of the reasons is that actually forestry is perceived as one of the most hazardous sectors for workers. It has high level of informality and also a lack of occupational safety and health risk and lack of social protection. Colleague Rataya Lipe with her colleagues actually conducted a study in which they found that there are 7.7 million persons that are informally employed in forestry sector, and most of these persons are actually focused and concentrated in developing regions and southern countries. So if you look into the Europe, the situation is maybe a bit better, but still we have in total over 2 million persons employed as workers in forestry in total, together with food manufacturing and paper manufacturing. But of them, 3 to 32% are women. And in average, this number goes to 14%. As you already heard, there are even fewer persons or women on decision-making positions and leading interest groups, and only average of 23% is actually engaging higher education.
Sorry, I'll just share screen. So,
yeah. Okay, so why is this important? Why those numbers are important? When we look into what we need for the future, we know that actually we need to adapt to emerging challenges such as ecological, but also social and economical challenges and demands that we are facing with from day to day increasingly. And we know that we need a transformation, and that this transformation is actually driven by innovative technologies, and that we need diverse skill set. So, when we are talking about innovative technologies and diverse skill set, of course, we are all now witnessing the technological revolution in terms of technology in remote sensing, data analytics, forestry machinery, which is getting more and more automated, but also precision forestry techniques, which are very important for forest monitoring. We also know that we need different skill sets to deal with civil society and other stakeholders that were less included maybe in decision-making in earlier years. So we need skills such as communication, strategic planning to be able to respond to the challenges. So the strategies that we are now building must focus on addressing this diverse workforce to foster innovation, but also resilience in forestry. And this workforce of tomorrow is actually students and pupils of today. And we look into the numbers, they are really worrying and staggering. There are more than 250 million children without access to education, 61 adolescents, 138 million of people of upper secondary age, and 2/3 of young people all over the world do not have access to any education. If you look into the forestry, in higher education, we have an average of 42% of women students and 58% of men, but there are huge regional differences, and we look into the Europe, only average of 23% of students in forestry are actually women. So this is something that we need to pay attention to change. So going more into why is this so and what are those motivations, and we heard very nice and detailed examples from previous presentation. The colleague Talabar with her colleagues actually conducted a survey, and they also explored what motivated students or caused hesitation to make decision to enter forestry sector. So they had a sample of 400 respondents for 51 countries, and similarly, as we heard from Nick also in the introduction, females are significantly more motivated than males due to sense of job satisfaction and enjoyment of nature, but also significantly more hesitant to enroll to forestry due to minimum exposure in high schools, due to negative image of forestry sector that we heard very well about in earlier presentation, and also their own gender. And with this said, the variables negative image and their own gender were statistically significant for all the students across regions and race. So to go into more problematic or worrying images, the recent workshop held by International Forestry Student Association in 2023 actually wanted to see what are those kind of discrimination and experiences of women that are actually enrolled in forestry studies. So what they found evidence of ignorance, as for example, some respondents said that gender is not talked about in forestry, it is not a topic in their curricula, and that male students actually not realizing they're mostly in male environment. Oops. Sorry. Then, with regard to gender stereotyping, they also found that certain students were not actually allowed to practice a chainsaw class because the instructor felt that they are slow in learning, they overreact, and this may cause safety issues for others. Some of them actually said that they were intimidated by dominating men, even the men are not saying much. And of course, there were also cases of trivialization and dismissal, where, for example, they were laughed at because they wanted to take gender topics and gender affirming language seriously. This is important because the students that finish their schools and enroll to the profession, enter the professional career, they continue to face this kind of discrimination. So research from Canada, from our colleague John, actually investigated 3 different cases. And in first case, there was a case of professional forester who moved from Ghana to Canada, having not recognized his previous education, being in a case forced to retake the forestry school again, but then even when he completed the same professional qualification as Canadian foresters, he had to take a job in remote area and still was not welcomed by the community. The other case he explored was the case of excellent young professional who was a woman, but she was below average height and body size, and she's continuously being undermined by her colleagues due to her physical appearance. And lastly, and maybe the most disturbing case that he investigated is again the case of young professional woman who had become pregnant, encountered, let's say, discriminative behavior from her boss. This led to complex procedures in terms of lawyers and unions, and at the end the settlement was made that she had to do the job. She still felt scared to complain, to make a formal complaint, because she felt that she's going to be stigmatized, and she noticed a reluctance to hire young women in a sector, especially in the case if they are to become mothers. So luckily there were also calls for actions in the past years and decades, and to maybe just mention a few of sustainable development goals that are dealing with quality education or gender equality and reduced inequalities. So there are bases for action, but also in 2021, International Forestry Student Association actually made an open call in which they call for gender-aware education and learning environment. So in that open letter that is freely accessible online, and I warmly invite you to read it, they actually noticed this lack of gender education. And that was exactly the trigger for us to act. And when I say us, I mean on members of now former UFRO Task Force on Gender Equity in Forestry. So over the course of 2 years, we actually gathered 42 contributors from 30 different organizations from 5 geo-regions. And what we wanted is we wanted to improve or to contribute to improving the situation in forestry sector. So we wanted to make the education on GEDI aspects freely available to everyone through making open access, latest research and best practices accessible to everyone. So how we did that? We decided to make a massive open online course that is shortly called for GEDI and stands for Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion in Forest-related Sectors. We launched this course in April 8, 2024, so 6 months approximately ago, via Future Learn platform. And it is fully free, open access, and until, for now, April 25, you can also get a free certificate of attendance. So, of course, we were not able to do this alone. So our main partners were University of Padova, Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, Université de Montcalm from Canada, and International Union of Forest Research Organizations. And we were generously funded by SLU Global and FSC International, so many thanks for them for actually enabling us to deliver this course. So in a course, we wanted to provide a nuanced understanding of GEDI in the context of forestry. We structured the course in 3 weeks and only 12 hours of learning, so it will not take a lot of time to go through it. In the first week, which was coordinated by Ida, who is here with us in the room, we've actually focused on theoretical aspects and political issues. In week 2, we present a portfolio of different case studies that are facing different barriers. And then in week 3, we actually wanted to provide some examples of tools, promising initiatives, and let's say good practices that are now available and are acting on the ground. The course developed mostly and predominantly having in mind students of forestry and forestry-related fields, such as agriculture, business, bioeconomy. But the course is also very well suitable for educators from universities and schools and technical colleges, and we hope to have more of them actually taking the course. And lastly, the course is also adapted for professionals, so there are also practical tools that professionals can apply in the job. So maybe something on the first results and how we are making this change. Since April 8, well, now this is a bit 1 month older, currently we have a bit more than 1,500 learners enrolled and a dropout rate of only 2.7%, so we are very happy with that outcome. That means that not many people actually leaving the course, but they are staying and learning actively. And then how we make this difference? Those are the results from smaller sample of those who actually responded to the final survey of Future One platform. So we asked, how did the course meet your expectation? And as you can see, about 68% said that the course met the expectation even better than they hoped. So this is very nice, when 1% only said worse. So we are happy with this preliminary result. Also, around 97% of them said that they actually obtained new knowledge and skills from 3 weeks of learning. Around 84% said that they actually applied what they learned in the course. So this is what we wanted to see, that the knowledge we are offering is actually applicable in their own environments. And similarly, 85% said actually that they shared what they learned in the course. And this is how we believe that we are actually making the difference, because through sharing, we get to increase the capacities and awareness of these topics. So to wrap it up, as my time is also getting closer, I would like to offer you a takeaway message from this presentation, and this is something that we learned from all 42 contributors over 2 years, is that anybody can be discriminated against and everybody matters. And we see that in a current situation in forestry sector, where we heard and have the data on forest dominance, informality of work and decreasing workforce. we see the plethora of different discriminatory behaviors that needs to be changed. And they need to be changed because if you want to have this skillful workforce that is equipped in new technologies and skills, it is also diversified in terms of gender, age, and ethnicity. So we need to mainstream JEDI in education, science, policy, and practice, and to provide the safe spaces for a change, like this conference today. We also need well-designed policies and tailored financial instruments to support these activities, as well as protective measures and punitive actions for misbehavior. So with that, the second takeaway message would be that small actions actually lead to huge impacts, and the first steps have been taken, so we can all walk this talk together.
If you agree, we will keep the questions at the end of the session. So if you have questions, please don't forget them. We will have time for questions at the end of the session. Now we heard a lot about the forestry, and I think it's time that we move a little bit out of the forestry. So the next speaker is Nevenka Bogataj. Nevenka graduated and received doctoral degree at Ljubljana University back in the Faculty Department of Forestry and Renewable Resources. She worked at the Slovenian Forestry Institute, but from 1996 she works at the Slovenian Adult Education Institute. She conceptualized initiatives for long life learning centers, cross-border education, and educational programs like training for sustainable development, environmental training programs that account also sustainable development goals and climate change. Her recent research focused on revival of communes as a phenomenon of rational and sustainable resource management and collective actions. The title of the presentation is Education Based on Equality, an example from adult education. Please, Nevenka, the first.
Thank you, Nike. Dear colleagues and dear schoolmates, I still see you some here on the place. Dear guests from the Ministry and from Slovenian Forestry Service, and dear directors of the Forestry Institute, I'm really honored to be here to be able to share my experience on only 9 slides, so to say. So the first slide is about who am I? I'm still a female forester, even if I have been working for more than 20 years in the frame of adult education. And here you can see the big picture is from our first meeting of female forest owners in Slovenia, which was held in 2006. And 4 years later, we did the first analysis, how many female forest owners were in Slovenia, and it was the first analysis, pretty typically accepted with a big shock. Oh, that much, that many, 50% was measured then. So I see that during the years, the 10% drop of the number of female forest owners was found. The next my characteristic is that I was, as well as my previous speakers, I was a kind of a minority when I studied. And I was also an example of a change perception, because I have very low prejudice. I was active everywhere, also at the basketball team. Now I'm a researcher, combining forest sciences with social sciences. And at my institute, for Adult Education Institute, I deal with community learning. I coordinate study circles. You can see more at this website. But the message of this picture is not only who am I, but the message is that usually we as individuals are part of groups, are part of communities, and we impact these communities, and also the communities impact us. So actually this slide is a kind of a summary of my messages, that when we change perspective, for example, from forestry to social science or adult education, I had to learn that the focus of our thinking is not a forest ecosystem, but what? A community, an individual that participate in education, a society. And I have found that a community as such is seldom or never accounted, but it represents a real world. And this term, community, has already been used by one of previous speakers. How do community looks at us female foresters? Actually, I learned that groups and communities are very diverse. They are not consistent only from men and women, older and younger people, more or less educated. Which is most important is that they have high capacity to provide not equality, but equal opportunities. In the case of this conference, opportunities to access the resources, for example, labor market. And the data I will present later are based usually on mixed methodology, not only quantitative, which we are used to use in forestry, but also qualitative approaches, inquiry, case studies, long-term observation, also observation of my own career. And results inform that institutions are limited because of their official roles, the finances, staff capacities, leadership quality, and this capacity for equal opportunities is therefore limited. And that's why the projects are so important, and talking with each other, finding the ways out are so important. I will present a few examples and conclude that it's worth to be brave and even more worth to be authentic, original, and also demanding when we enter unpredictable labor market. Few more words about my recent community, of course, the working environment. Adult education has an ultimate goal of equity and participation. It's written in all our strategic acts, and all our projects are really focused to equity, equal opportunities, marginal groups, and of course participation of the public. And in more than 30 years of my institution and the network of Slovenian network of providers, we stimulated 20% of population to participate in institutional adult education. We are very proud of this number, but actually it's minority. So now we really invest into promotion, to promote ourselves, to promote our knowledge, strength, our will to empower participation. If this conference and forestry usually speak about women as minority, my institution and adult education as a field of work faces the opposite situation. Someone is missing, and men are missing. And we learned that the drivers of their participation in education are very different and very complex. So different sources inform that society approach is prevailing. So we are counting and describing, of course, target groups, identify who are marginalized. And we found out that only 5% of men attend institutional educational offer. On the other hand, men are really active in local communities, as fire brigades, as mountain or cave rescue teams, of course as foresters. And, this is a really big difference, that institutional setting is not attractable for them, while on the other hand, they are framed into the local communities, pretty much connected with land, which also goes for forestry. And so you can find some parallels with the situation of female foresters in your context from this information. And we have found out that in adult education, there is still poor or no attention to men. So you can see the opposite picture in you. And we simply don't understand their motives to enter institutional offer. Despite we are really attentive to equality. So usually we use models and really invest a lot of energy and money, of course, to analysis without accounting the real world of communities. Specific Slovenian data inform that men socialize different way than women, usually in communities. They care for the land, they are active there, out of institutions, or mostly in the civil society sector. Men, the very hard information was that men express a very high level of suicidal behavior, 4 times more than women. And the accent of this population is on older men. They feel isolated, lonely, without sense, without opportunity to use their physical strength, which is declining with years. So educational pathway of men has not been studied, and we do not really understand it. And also methodologically, we always use the data only until the 65th year. And the lifelong learning is therefore simply not understood after this limit. So there are methodological issues behind. I promised to show some examples, and there is an example. Oh, I'm sorry that you cannot see the whole picture, because this woman, Angela Piskanik, she lived in the period from the end of 19th century to 1967, and this was a period of really extreme multiple pressures. She was from Alpine solitary farm. She was the first female doctor of biological sciences, but as a woman, she was really not accepted. As a woman with very strong Slovenian identity in that time, she was really excluded from the area where she lived. So she moved to Ljubljana, but she was then excluded because of her gender. And politically, of course. On the other hand, she was active all the time. So she produced in the first year of Second World War a pocket dictionary from German to Slovenian and opposite. 3 editions of it, so it was very much used. In the same year, she edited the Key for Determination of Flowers and Ferns, which was really respected for long decades. But as you can see, it's from the totally different area of work, area of thinking and documented. When she was imprisoned during the war, she started to collect recipes from all the women in Ravensbrück. So she edited a cookbook. So she really turned her career at least three times. After the war, she founded a Commission for Conservation of Alps and later the Triglav National Park. She collected the botanical terms at the end of her life. So she was really energetic, and she was very good and also influential. And I wanted to bring this example to show that we can do it. We can do it as individuals, regardless community, regardless institutions, regardless the bigger historical, so to say, framework of our practice. And now 2 other examples. In education, of course, we look for knowledge, for skills, for competencies. Green competencies are now very actual. But you can implement knowledge, for example, through projects, through institutions, or gain experiential knowledge. So the first part of this slide informs on study circles that we implement, and also several colleagues from Slovenian Forestry Service were mentors of study circles. They were very successful. They were one of the best, so to say, in the big network of, let's say, around 100 study circles yearly. They were also financed by the Ministry of the Education. So I really hope that this strength, this basis already established, will continue to grow and to practice. It's yearly over 400 locations. The other example, which is out of institutional implementation, finances, models, knowledge, efforts, really bottom-up grown, are forest commons. This is my research field, and you can see how many forest commons is all over the country. You can see it on the left map. There are groups like the one here on the picture, so they are economically marginalized. They are not well technically equipped. They are not physically strong, but they decide very good. And we know that because we measured that. They responded to the sleet in 2014 better than anybody else, even despite their structure illustrated with the picture. They were 4 times faster than all the others when they responded to this disaster caused by sleet. And not only this, they were very brave because despite they didn't have money then, they decided for machinery. They hired machinery because they were aware that because of their speed, they will be able to sell wood and pay the machinery. So this was really wise decision, and this is something that can also attract our thinking. Oh, now I admit it and I cannot go on. Okay. Yes, conclusions, thank you. So what I would conclude on the basis of these examples and data, that equality in my frame now, when it refers to the structure, is only an ideal and ideology, while equal opportunities are something that is really worth to think and invest into. Institutional investments, regardless the type and the content of these institutions, is very important, but limited. It does not necessarily reach and stimulate participation of marginalized groups. This is what we learned in adult education. And also that the most benevolent measures can cause unequity, an example of many in our case. So gaps are opportunities, but only for brave ones. There are different gaps, not only gender gap, also ICT gap. Many people don't use ICT today, still not. And there is large institutional gap between civil society and institutions. So dear female foresters of the future, it is possible to succeed on the dynamic labor market. What I would suggest on the basis of my own career is that you have to articulate your interests and your needs and find by yourselves where they fit to labor market, because labor market is also changing very much. I would really strongly suggest to believe and document all strengths and your achievements, and do not lose time with non-cooperative individuals, groups, institutions. Invest into your competencies, green competencies and other competencies. Do it your way. don't copy. And of course, add value and reflect, always turn back and ask yourselves, why? Which value have I added? How do my contribution make sense? For whom? And of course, find inspiration. Slovenian context is full of inspirations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nevenka. I'm sure that Nevenka has also inspired us to discuss a little bit about what we have heard in this early morning session, because now we have concluded that presentations and we still have time to open a discussion, to answer some questions. You have heard 4 presentations in this morning part. First, Zarja Mušić, who talked about how women can change the future of science. Then we have a presentation of Mateja Karničnik. What are the barriers? What are the perceptions for women to enter forestry sector? The third one was Todora Rogelia, how education can help in shifting motivation and obstacles in forestry sector. And now, at last, Nevenka Bogataj, who gave us some insight into grounds of adult education based on equality. So I kindly invite you to ask some questions, to set what are your opinions. So now the floor is yours.
Who wants to be the first one to raise hands and have a voice out? I think that, please.
Hi, my name is Ragnhildur. I'm from Iceland. Part of my work in Iceland is co-editing one of the journals on, only journal on forestry in Iceland, basically. And I've been actively trying to get more women to write about forestry because there is a significant gender imbalance in the authors in the journal. And what I find is that I get sent articles by men that they want to publish, but I have to ask women for them. So my sort of question would be, how do we get women to volunteer their knowledge? Because for some reason the men seem perfectly happy to volunteer their knowledge, whereas I have to seek it out from the women. I don't know which one of our presenters, maybe our one would think that is something like men seem to be more confident in this area than women. So how do we boost the women's confidence in, yes, I have something important to say?
Thank you. Who is capable to answer?
And I think Zarja can answer because she's a communicator and insights maybe.
Thank you, that's an excellent question because I have the same issue. Basically, usually if you're a journalist, you need to send a couple or a few, actually, not just a couple, more emails to different women researchers, so you get one answer for an interview than to male researchers. It's very common that happens, actually. I don't really have an answer to it, unfortunately. I really try to encourage them to also make them feel like, give them information that things can be changed, like they have all the autonomy over their work and things like that, and build confidence in this way. This is my journalism work mostly. So not to force them to go, if that's their first interaction with media, to go on air basically, but pre-record and give them space. But I also think it's very important if you have work groups or like research group, that your older, more experienced women take place and send articles and write, and then the younger see this and can share experience as well. That's why this kind of place is really important for sharing experience among women. and encourage them, as I encouraged also to join. But I really don't have an answer. I mean, maybe somebody else who is more confident in this. One thing is also that, unfortunately, because of the way world works, usually men have more time to do these things as well, because of hidden work that's one of the issues as well, that we sometimes need to also ask men to basically take care of something, so we can do this kind of additional activities, and be honest about it and speak about it as well. So I think this is like some of the thoughts I have about this topic, but it's very true. Yeah, I usually have to send 4 or 5 emails to women where it's only just one to men, to be honest. All men are like, yeah, I'm happy to come and answer your questions, even if I don't know much about it. So unfortunately, it's true, it's like that.
Thank you, Daga. Some other remarks or questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, maybe just to add on this, because we had this discussion also within our already team, which are mostly researchers. So we need to take into account that in most of the countries all over the world, women are primary caretakers of families and elders, so that writing articles and publications gets on that time. Account that women need to work 4 times more for the same position as men, still in forestry and other occupations. So what would maybe help is if you actually can motivate them by providing them something in return for writing, a fee, maybe offering them an hour, 1 hour paid childcare or something similar. Sorry, that's it.
Thank you. My name is Špela Pugaković from Slovenia Forest Service. I would just like to add some comments to this discussion. And maybe this, when the colleague said about don't have enough time to write an article and report about researchers is true. On the other hand, I would like to emphasize the contribution of women in guiding and presenting forestry to different school groups that are visiting the forests and other visitors. In this field, I believe, at least in Slovenia, the women prevail. And so it's not that we don't want to share our knowledge, we do, but it's a different way, yes. And guiding kids and other visitors through the forest and presenting them the forestry and the ecosystem and other nature interesting things, natural interesting things is very common in our career, during our career. So yeah, we do share knowledge.
Thank you, Stella, for saying this, because that's really important when we are talking about changing the image. We have to start with kids, we have to start with youngsters and working with the school children. I don't know why this microphone is actually, we have some problems. Okay, but working with the children in schools is really very important. As Špela mentioned, this is mainly the task of women. Here in Slovenia, we have a group, also ladies who are working a lot with this transfer of knowledge to the youngsters, and that's really an important task. Yes. We still have some time before a coffee break. Yes, please sit behind.
Hello, my name is Natalia. I'm Ukrainian. I have a question to Todora. First of all, thank you very much for this course. I'm on the 3rd week now, and it's very valuable. I have a question. Do you consider having it developed or translated to other languages?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thank you, first of all, for taking the course. Great to hear that you're happy. We do have plans for the future. We do plan to translate on several languages in the course of next few years. What you may have saw in the presentation that this was done under now former task force on gender. Within youth organization, we are now in the process of forming new task forces. So we hope to have the decision by the end of this month, if our new proposal was approved. And then within that task force, we plan to develop the course more, to translate to other languages and many other things. So thank you for taking the course and stay tuned.
Some other remarks? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Schwarzkopf. I'm coming from the University of Primorska and in Iridium Center of Excellence, where I teach food science and some forestry topics. And my question was for Zarya. You mentioned talking about botany in more narrative terms and different ways of communicating science. I'm interested also in traditional environmental knowledge and how this can be different ways of describing science. And I was wondering if you can give some insight in how these ways can be shared now when, as you mentioned, it is very analytic and detached.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a great question, and I think it's very popular currently to look into indigenous practices for nature protection and all these things. I think it's important that we fight for this narrative. I think it's important to say that yeah, I mean, on one hand you have this really analytical, robust, in a way, science that pretends to be analytical and robust in a way and completely objective, but it never is. There is a lot of examples in science, even in physics and things, that you see that the way the science was structured, the methods they used, was informed by people who did science was. So if you bring up these kind of stories, then you can also show why it is important to share indigenous people's stories and this kind of other narrative. Because in a way, everything humans do is sort of a narrative for me. Like we make a narrative of our lives, we make sense through stories, basically. And science does the same, even though it has some kind of analytical, methodological, logical steps that we follow, and it's still the best way of knowing things around the world, about the world. Because it also has this mechanism of improving, repair, and correcting mistakes and things like that. But also these practices that might have developed, that you mentioned, they were developed over thousands or hundreds of years, basically. They have a long tradition, they've been improved. So they did sort of follow some kind of logical structure. And if you find those kind of bits that might fit better into this analytical, completely impersonal science in these stories, this might be a way to bridge these two worlds. But I do agree there is quite a big, what's the word in English? Gap between these two worlds, unfortunately. But I know that in the practices for sustainable development and also climate change, that even in IPCC reports, they are trying to include more and more of indigenous knowledge and social sciences. What I wanted to stress with that Ed Young quote in the beginning was also the inclusion of social sciences and humanities in the world of protecting the nature and life sciences and things like that. So that would be my answer. I know it's not great, but sort of, finding the ways of showing that this is not some kind of miracle stuff that they do or made up stuff. It's actually based on practices that they created over years, which is basically what science is, in a way, even in physical sciences. They created practices of how do we know about the world, how do we study what methods that we develop, but they develop methods in their own way. They still follow some rules, in a way. So it's sort of the same, it just might not be as institutionalized in a way. It's more like informal way of doing science than formal way of doing science. It's not in institutions. And I'm an ambassador of citizen science and really need to step out of this just formal way of doing science and include people and public. And we heard a great lecture about participatory ways of adult education and things like that. So we need to include all these things and build these bridges to fill in the gaps. That would be my answer. To really, for people who don't want to, who say this is just this is not scientific, it's no, but look, they do follow specific practices. There is a history how they develop those practices and stress this importance of how it still has some logical, structural way of knowing stuff that they know and the practices that they develop. It doesn't come just out of thin air.
Thank you. We have here another remark.
Thank you very much. My name is Masoud and I'm from the Faculty of Forestry, University of Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Just to complement something that has been discussed here, I think it is about your question. So I think it is about two different systems of knowledge. So the first system of knowledge, and I think we are all mainly have been educated in that context, this is the Western empirical related system of knowledge, the things that we learned in the school. But there is another equally important, and I would say probably more influential system of knowledge, ILK, indigenous local knowledge, and the things that have been transferred traditionally from our parents and grandparents and actually not parents, mothers and grandmothers, because they are usually holders of traditional knowledge. I think it is clear, but it should be recognized, and it is. It is recognized. I warmly recommend you to look at the IPES book, Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, very active process, and all global assessments and thematic assessments that have been developed there within the last almost 10 years, they have ILK parts. And I think for us it is very relevant to understand that this knowledge is usually transferred from the generation to generation by women, mainly by women. I think it is important to be recognized here. Thank you.
So, if you don't have questions or remarks anymore, then we will proceed to the coffee break.
Yep.
So we have gained some time.
Yeah,
The coffee break will be half an hour, and we will ask you to be here I would say 10 minutes past 11:40 and 40 minutes.
40 minutes, yes. And the coffee break is just outside this room. Thank you.
The next session is about education built on equality and diversity in forestry. Education built on equality and diversity in forestry is essential for fostering a more inclusive and sustainable sector. Integrating gender equality and diversity into forestry education ensures that all voices are heard and valued. This can lead to more innovative and effective forest management practices. Learning from the best practices can illustrate the benefits of the gender equality and diversity in rural areas, providing practical examples or how these principles can be applied. Now for the first presentation in that second session, I will ask Jani Kozina from Geographical Institute of Antona Melica to present the future of women's employment in peripheral industrial regions. Please, you can take the floor. Jani Kozina is Dean of the Postgraduate School at our Research Institute and Senior Research Associate at the Research Center of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts. His fields of interest are cultural and economic geography. He is particularly interested in investigating the links between people and places in different regional contexts and the role of local communities in regional development. His recent research focuses on the role of vulnerable and marginalized communities, such as young people and women, in the development of the peripheral industrial regions. Mr. Kozina, you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Working. Is it working? Can you hear me?
No. Okay, we will give you the mic.
Thank you very much for having me here, for the invitation. I'm a human geographer. I'm not a forester. although when thinking about the links with forestry, I can only come to my personal connection because my father was a carpenter and I used to play with him a lot of time. And I originally come from the region where wooden ware is our most precious local asset. And I was selling wooden ware as a youngster, so somehow I have this tight connection with the forest, although not in the professional way like you do. And when thinking about gender issues, I would like to come with an anecdote. When we started developing this project idea, some of my most trusted co-workers asked me, do you really want to go into this story? You're a man. And actually that question was a deciding factor for me, because I said, yeah, exactly for this reason. Because only when men and women cooperate in these questions, in these issues, we can make some progress. I think that if women stand alone and debate these issues, we will always come to the same stereotypes, same barriers, same obstacles. Only in constant discussion we can trigger some change. So back to business. Our research group highly specializes in investigating socioeconomic transformation of peripheral industrial regions. And when looking into the Danube region, we are a sister project of Fem2forests called WIN. We can see that, other researchers have identified that the gender gaps are the serious issues in this territory, and especially in highly industrialized regions. So what is the dominant narrative? Many regions in this area, called the Danube regions or the Central Eastern European regions, they are the mining regions, or the regions where the male-dominated industrial sectors are prevalent. And this kind of, let's say, long tradition has caused that men were always in a more advantageous position than women. And even when the mining is over, when it has decreased or completely vanished, the stereotypes and the way of life still persists. And this is something that even nowadays, when thinking about new opportunities, such as STEM, education or technological sectors, we can see that mostly men or young boys are the ones that are interested in this kind of career pursuing. So women were somehow in the long decades of mining, were somehow on the other side. And we can see that also nowadays there is a certain level of exclusion. And what does that mean for the peripheral industrial regions? It means that there is a certain degree of precarity, unemployment, women commute to other regional centers or bigger areas, and that's a loss of potential productivity, loss of social cohesion, and further marginalization of such areas. So our approach into these challenges is threefold. First thing is that we really need to understand what are the women needs, which are specific in such areas, and what are the institutional barriers. So here we do a lot of research, networking, knowledge exchange in a relatively similar manner, like our peers at the Fem2forests project. Our further specificity is that from this knowledge generation and knowledge exchange process, we go into action. So we try to establish and deliver so-called social innovations as concrete answers to concrete problems. Some smaller actions, but also some bigger that might lead to systemic change in this kind of environments. So, but by the end of the day, this is our wish, we want to contribute to the capacity building, to the better awareness raising in such areas, and also to some policy change. And yeah, hopefully in 1.5 years from now on, we can see that. So as a researcher, we are specifically with our colleagues from University of Graz, we are responsible, besides leading the project, of course, to deliver this systematic knowledge. And we did some contextual analysis, quantitative analysis, and qualitative analysis. What is important here that we have the relatively balanced distribution of pilot areas in 7 different countries of the Danube regions, as you can see on the map. And in each of these regions, we selected some small and medium-sized towns. These are the communities that were most of them, you can see, that's between 16,000 and 90,000 people live there. So that corresponds to the definition of small and medium-sized towns. And these kinds of towns are particularly known to still have the economic base in industry, in manufacturing, in comparison to larger areas, to bigger cities, which are already deindustrialized, that got rid of the industry. And most of them are very peripheral, so they are not the central locations. As I said, most of them have the history of at least some decades to up to 200 years of mining, and most of them are already the post-mining areas. This transition, we many times discuss now the just transition mechanisms, was tough for these kind of areas. So they are facing the shortage of labor, the unemployment, the training processes are not fit for this kind of areas. And if we speak more specifically about women, we can see that there are less opportunities for women, that the training programs are not the ones that would trigger, that would target their needs. And even though they are in many times educated above average, they still don't have an equal access to, let's say, more managerial roles and stuff like that. So we have 7 pilot regions, but I wouldn't like to go into detail into each of them. I would like to focus more on the town of Trbovlje, which is a post-mining town in Slovenia. Here you can see a scheme how it developed. It has a 200-year tradition of mining, and during this area, which is typical for Slovenia, 60s, 70s, when we started a very massive industrialization process, in Trbovlje happened so-called upgrade or diversification in terms of so-called women's factories. So mining, where the male-dominated workforce was employed, was faced by another set of employers. So that were the factories in textile, in shoemaking, and in semiconductors for Slovenia's company Iskra. So where the women's skills were able to be utilized. The thing is that was mostly an ideological process. So it did not have a proper economic background in terms of skills, in terms of resources. And for this reason, when we entered the market economy in the 90s, in a period of 10 years, all those companies collapsed. And that is a very sad story for Trbovlje and the Zasavia region, which means that, yeah, it was the closure of factories, after a while also the closure of mine, and there was a very high unemployment and a very tough transition period. So there are some signs of renewal, of reindustrialization, mostly in high-tech industry, in Industry 4.0, but it cannot be compared with the good old times. That is just not possible. But there are signs of recovery, and there is hope that the things are moving on better ways. And we think that our project can contribute to this upgrading. When we visited in the second month of our project, the municipality of Trbovlje, another anecdote happened. The decision makers were trying to convince the whole partnership that everything is okay, that there is no problem. Gender issues, men and women, they have equal opportunities, which is to a certain degree, as I will show you later with the indicators, true. But whenever the politicians say that everything is okay, we must not believe them. Because this can passivize us, and we always have to be ready for action, for the proper action, for making things better. So that kind of answers from the politicians even motivated us more to work, and we employed the methodology created by the United Nations that wants to enhance the quality of industrial policies. They have many tools, and one of them is gender equality in manufacturing, and this tool has already been tested in the Western Balkan area, but on a national level. The challenge that we had was to adopt this kind of the methodology on a regional or local level. And those who are dealing with science and the indicators and stats know that this is very difficult to get detailed data on a very local micro level. But we managed to come to the set of indicators that in a quite well manner correspond to that methodology prepared by the United Nations, and we collected, by the help of our statistical office of the Republic of Slovenia, this set of indicators that is showing the ratio between men and women in certain thematic fields, such as population structure, employment structure, entrepreneurship, wages, managerial position, education and skills. Would you like to add anything, or do you think that it is relatively covered?
The level of the data was country level or regional?
It was, for this specific case, it was the municipal level.
Okay.
So the town of Trbovlje.
Okay.
Yeah. And we collected, we tried. For Slovenia, I really must say, usually I'm very critical to the statistical office, but in this exercise they were very helpful, and they really offered a lot of data. And we try to do the same in all the 7 pilot regions to have the comparative overview on what is going on in the pilot regions. Yeah. So what were our findings? In terms of the gender gap, yeah. As I said, Slovenia in general, and also Trbovlje, performs quite well when we talk about gender equality. Also, generally, we have Slovenia is one of the most egalitarian societies when we talk about the Gini coefficients, for instance, and that is also a heritage of the past, because in 1946 we have the constitution in Yugoslavia that wanted to have equal rights in employment for men and women. And the result is actually that the real situation in comparison to other countries is not so bad. But when we talk about the town of Trbovlje, we can see that there is the underrepresentation of women when we talk about entrepreneurs, when we talk about STEM students, and when we talk about younger and older workers, which many times can be treated as vulnerable groups with primary or less education. On the other hand, we have the overrepresentation of more educated workers in services. So what does that mean? The biggest employer in the municipality of Trbovlje, after all the companies collapsed, is the hospital. And the second one are the schools. So where women are employed. And in this kind of employment, you usually need the tertiary education. We also checked, in line with the participatory methodology that we like to foster in our research group, we established so-called innovation groups or task forces, you can name it in different ways. And we now regularly have meetings to identify the challenges that cannot be grasped by the indicators, by the stats, that can be only collected by the qualitative methodology in a participatory manner. So here you can see our first workshop, how we tried to do things together. And we came to certain challenges that we tried to group them into more important aspects, and we came to these two bigger groups that we performed the act of voting that got the most votes. So if I can translate to you, the lack of self-confidence and what is needed are the competences, is the financial literacy, especially in the field of entrepreneurship. So this was recognized as something what is the most important. So lack of self-confidence. And the other one is that they did not know that the girls or women, they do not know the profession, what is possible, where to employ, where can they be employed. So job shadowing, which is now one of the buzzwords, was offered already as a solution. So later on, we added also some other groups, so this is not a complete picture, but these are, let's say, some of the perspectives that we will more thoroughly work to in the future meetings. We also wanted to know what are the trends. So not only what is the gender gap, but we wanted to know whether the gender gap is opening or closing. And here we can see some good news. So the wages are still below average for women in the region, but are rising. So the gap is coming closer. Also when we talk about managerial positions. So more women are taking the responsibility for leading certain groups. And also young workers with secondary education, although we can see that on the other hand, when we talk about residents and workers, it seems there is something more when we talk about the regional labor force and commuting areas. The last thing we wanted to hear is how does the Trbovlje perform vis-a-vis the regional or national averages. And we can see that also vis-a-vis the national averages, there are more female managers. So women are taking their responsibility, and somehow we can make a parallel with the mining times. Men, they were responsible to work under the ground, while women were responsible to take everything above the ground. So they were leading actually the families, the households, and so on. Yeah, and that would be my major highlight here. So to conclude, we believe that this kind of exercise, statistical exercise, is very important to start the discussions at the local level with the so-called evidence-based approach. Because when you have strong data, strong statistics, you can then also present them to the decision makers that are so convinced about seeing no problem on the ground. They can be a direct input for social and institutional innovations. So if you want to deliver some change based on this kind of findings, you can do it. And finally, deliver a better local and regional policy making. We also believe that this is important not only for the local level, but also for European level. When we do the comparative analysis, we can learn from each other, we can exchange findings, and in the recent debates about the just transition and macro-regional strategies, we have the strategy for the Danube region. I think that this kind of knowledge, this kind of exercises are really important to fit and put these questions about the gender equality on the agenda also of the big players. And that would be it from my side. Thank you very much.
Are there some urgent questions, or we can wait later on for the discussion? Okay, we will wait then for the discussion. Thank you. So now we are going to the next presenters, Barbara Oehler. Barbara is an early stage researcher and PhD student at the Institute of Forest, Environment and Natural Resource Policy at Bochum University in Austria. She is passionate about the intersection of society and forests, focusing her research on social transformation and equality, diversity and inclusion in the forestry sector. Barbara has been actively involved in global network in forestry, including the Gender Subcommission and of the International Forest Student Association and the UFRO Task Force for Gender Equality in Forestry. In these roles, she has made significant contribution to promote diversity and inclusion with the forest-related sectors. And her presentation will be Under the Ground, Navigating Gender and Diversity in the Forestry Sector. Please, the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for this introduction. Hello, everybody. My name is Barbara Oehler. I work at Bochum University. After studying forestry there, I then decided to come back and do some research on gender equality and diversity in the forestry sector. And this is what I'll be talking about today. To give you a short overview, at first I'll be talking about some background and data. Then I'll be talking about underrepresentation and what it means to have underrepresentation in the forestry sector. Then I'll talk about perceptions of that topic in the Austrian forestry sector and touch on gender-specific barriers before proposing some ways forward. First, the background. As a disclaimer, I would like to add that gender is not a binary, meaning there is more than female and male people. The statistics often don't reflect that, so I will also fall back on using some of those terms, but it's important to highlight it nonetheless, and I would put that as a base for this presentation. Forestry is a sector dominated by men. The women employed in the European forestry sector make up a share of 14% on average. Plus, the share is bigger in public service than in the private sector. And additionally, the Fem2forests Interact project that many of you are very familiar with found out that fewer women are represented in decision-making bodies and interest groups than would correspond to their share in the workforce. And in the Global Forest Resources Assessment, we find that Europe, for the reporting time, is the region in the world with fewest women forestry students. So this was the situation in Europe. Now I'm zooming in on Austria, where there are even fewer women in the forestry sector. Out of the total workforce, they make up for a share of 10% on average. This trend has continued since this number has first been published. According to the most recent data on sustainable forest management, we're now talking about 8%. And some industry data published by the Austrian Economic Chambers the share of women in the wood-based sector is 19.5%. All of this to say that the perceived importance of this topic is also reflected in the data that's available. So these are very broad numbers. We don't have a lot of information on where these people are, in what positions, in what sectors these people are in, what their contracts look like, and so on. The numbers show a clear underrepresentation of women in the forestry sector, and this underrepresentation is disproportionate to the share of women in the total population. So we're talking about gender imbalance. And this means that there is a low representation of a considerable share of the population in the forestry sector. And this has implications for the sector if certain life realities and backgrounds are not represented. Why is this an important topic? Well, according to the World Economic Forum, it will take another 152 years to close the global gender gap in economic participation and opportunity. And let me visualize what 152 years look like. Now, about some perceptions of gender and diversity of organizations in the Austrian forestry sector. For this study, I have been doing a series of qualitative, in-depth interviews across different organizations in the forestry sector, covering forest managers, public administration, interest groups, and research and education organizations. As of now, this is a work in progress, so you're getting a preview of the results. And the question that I'm interested in answering is, how do organizations in the Austrian forestry sector perceive societal transformation, so a changing forestry sector, and how do they try to adapt to it in their structures and practices, and what does this mean for how they view gender equality and diversity among the workforce? First of all, about educational background in the sector. The majority of the workforce seem to have an educational background in forestry, and this is in line with a legal requirement in Austria where recognized forestry officers are required for forest areas above a certain size. But the effect is that there is a quite homogeneous workforce, and this suggests that there is a certain consensus on forestry work, principles, and values. And this has a normative effect, so it implies what kind of knowledge is potentially more valued than others. A common understanding of what good forest management looks like is not necessarily bad, that's not what I'm saying, but it might mean that other possible perspectives are shut out. And it has been proven for Sweden, where the situation is very similar, that homogeneity in the sector can lead to a potentially exclusionary work culture. I also asked the organizations about gender equality work and work in diversity that they're doing. And first of all, when I asked them about that, they usually referred to gender mostly as a metric. So simply as a number of women and men in their organization. Then only the public organizations have a gender equality plan in place. And when I asked them whether they implemented any measures to foster gender equality in the organization, they mostly just talked about the hiring process. So that's what's most present for them. So this decision, this moment of where they decide whether they hire a woman or not, then there seem to be fewer thoughts or maybe fewer ideas, fewer knowledge on how you could improve or change the conditions in the organization and during the work for people of different genders. I also asked them whether they encountered any resistance to measures to foster gender equality. And most of them said, no, everybody's happy about having more women in the organization. Where I would say that's very typical for organizations that don't do a lot of gender equality work. Because if you're changing things, you usually will encounter resistance. And if you don't see the resistance, either you're not able to recognize how this resistance is articulated, or maybe you're not changing that much in the end. Now, what does this all mean for power relations? Well, to a certain extent, it reinforces the status quo. That means, as I said, that things are probably not changing as fast as we would like to, since there are these reports of lack of resistance. Before I said they talk about gender in terms of numbers of women and men, but I think it's important to go beyond that. And in an effort to do that, a while back, I did another series of interviews with women leaders in the Austrian forestry sector, where I asked them what barriers they perceive in their careers and what strategies they use to overcome them, in an effort to look at the underlying structures. To summarize this, or as a very first important finding, all of the women I interviewed had encountered some barriers. None of them said that they had not encountered gender-specific barriers during their careers. And they can be summarized as follows. Some barriers fall into this category of being singled out in a field that's dominated by men. And that's connected to being treated as a symbol rather than an individual. Then there is a glass ceiling still. There is legal discrimination even. And there are a lot of ascriptions of lack of competence, both in education and training and during their careers. And maybe as a last comment, all of these interviewees, seeing as they were women in leadership positions, they were strong, ambitious, courageous women. So I'm asking myself, is there space for people who don't have these characteristics, and shouldn't they also be able to be part of this sector? I would like to illustrate what I mean by one of those barriers, ascriptions of lack of competence, using some of the words of my interviewees. It takes longer and you have to work harder. You have to be more present. You can't afford to make mistakes. Another one said, you simply have to be better. Women are given preference if they're equally qualified, as if it should say women are only given preference if they're better qualified, referring to what you find in job offers. And another one, when someone vehemently demands something, they're assessed differently as a woman than as a man. Men are persistent, but women get different attributes for exhibiting the same qualities. But I didn't stop at the barriers. I also asked them how they overcame those barriers. And this is probably way too small for you to read, but that's not what I want to focus on. In terms of strategies, most of the strategies were highly specialized and highly context dependent. But what I want to highlight here is this little box at the bottom that says circumstances. I want you to keep this in mind because I asked them how they personally overcame barriers, and they named this small number of circumstances that are necessary to overcome them. I then at a later point in the interview, asked them what would be necessary in general in the sector to overcome gender-specific barriers. And you can see that in terms of strategies, they become far less numerous, and what's much more important is the circumstances. So we need to change the underlying structures in the sector to solve this issue. One of those circumstances, and that's something that connects to some of the things that have already been said today, is support by those in charge of hiring and those already working in the field. And I'm highlighting this with one quote. if you really want women, you have to look harder. You have to approach women 3 times and not give up the first time, and then the 3rd time she says yes. You have to approach them differently. The interviewees, they also talked about the importance of mentors, and they also, even though I didn't ask about that, but they highlighted that many of them were men working in the sector that had an important role for their careers. So what I want to say, the support of male colleagues is crucial. And I would like to back this with this quote: to reduce gender inequality, widespread social support, including significant support from men and boys, is necessary to reduce gender inequality. Now, some conclusions and ways forward. So we have established that the sector is dominated by men, and there are existing gender-specific barriers, and the critical mass of women in the sector is too small to bring about change without additional effort. This is not a niche or a women's problem. It affects all of us. It affects the entire sector, and I would say society at large. And what we need is awareness of those in power. This includes policymakers and those who make decisions. And I would like to propose some measures, funding of data collection and research to be able to visualize this problem. Then gender awareness trainings for people in leadership, not only, I would also add people in forest education here, and then this will trickle down. And other measures such as affirmative actions, mentoring programs, support of professional networks, gender budgeting, and so on and so forth. We find many of those in the literature. And with this, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. We will now move to the 3rd presentation in this 2nd session. I would like to ask Professor Mersudin Abdibegovic from the Faculty of Forestry at the University of Sarajevo. The title of his presentation is "The FOPA Project as a Driver of Regional Network in Research and Education in Forest Policy and Economics." Professor Mersudin Abdibegovic is a full professor at the Faculty of Forestry, University of Sarajevo. He is a representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the UFRO International Council. Currently, he represents Bosnia and Herzegovina in the FAO Group Management of Mountain Watersheds and the Group Forest Pedagogics, which is a part of the Forest Communication Network. Areas of his scientific interest are forest governance, national and international forest policy, environmental legislation, management of protected areas, participation and resolution of conflicts regarding natural resources. Professor Abdibegovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Breznica. Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you, Dr. Kranz, for the possibility to be here and to talk about some issues related to the gender equality here. Sylvie, great pleasure to see some old faces and hopefully to meet some new persons. Presentation is a real presentation because it would present you some people. And after 30 years dealing with the science, I'm a bit fed up of quantitative and qualitative data analysis and all these statistical things, so I would like to present people, humans. So I hope you would like it. It is about the project that started 20 years ago, and part of this project was International Master Program Forest Policy and Economics. Now, maybe it's time to revise and maybe to evaluate the outcomes and the real fruits of this project. Okay, good. So, as I said, the project was financed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland, and it was totally how to say, coordinated by European Forest Institute. The part of this program was the Master Program in Forest Policy and Economics. It was designed by our colleagues from Baku University. Some of them are not at Baku anymore, like Professor Eva Darmesteiner. Some of them are not with us, like Professor Peter Gluck. And yes, we built up solid construction, but of course there are reasons behind this project. And I think the reason was that Western Balkans, at that time, and still, some of them have to somehow join to the European family. You know, the Western Balkans are complicated. You probably know about that. Anybody from United Kingdom here? Fortunately not. So I will make a joke about the champion of political cynics, the Sir Winston Churchill. He said, the Balkans produce more history than they can consume. And the fact is that we really have to reassemble in former Yugoslavia to assemble again in EU. It's a paradox, you know, that brings me to the definition of the socialism, the longest way from capitalism to capitalism. However, so we, at that time, we had to do something, some steps forward to EU. And of course, it was clear that our region is quite famous about good forestry, good wood processing industry, and but only from the point of biotechnology and biotechnological sciences. When it comes to the social and political and economical skills, we have been quite poor. And that was the reason why we decided to start a very unique master program in forest policy and economics. And the idea was maybe to train the generation of future leaders, future experts who will be able to move the whole process more toward the European processes. Master program was quite unique, and still it is quite unique because it was the joint effort of 5 faculties from Serbia, from Macedonia, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and some research institutes from Croatia and Serbia and Albania. And still it is the only joint education program in forestry in the whole region. We never started something similar. That was the first master program in Europe which was focused on forest policy and economics only. And also, still, it is the only education program in forestry in English. I think that it gave a lot of knowledge and competency to the people who attended this. You will see that from the presentation for the slides. And I think it was very important from the aspect of connecting people. It is all about the networking. In this post-socialism, post-conflicting region, it was very important to give opportunity to the young people attending the course, which is multicultural, multinational, multidimensional. The whole master program was implemented in 2 faculties. The first part at the Faculty of Forestry in Sarajevo, the second one at the Faculty of Forestry, University of Belgrade. You see the list of the courses, and I suppose that attendants, they will have the presentations, they will have good, so I will be able to see the courses. Some of them are quite untypical for forest sciences. And things like public participation and communication and other things. We had a group of distinguished international teachers, people who are really probably the best in forest policy and economics in the world at that time, coming from all part of the world. I'll give you example that we have been invited, and it was agreed that the lady who was the first female Nobel winner in economy, Professor Ostrom from the United States, should come. Unfortunately, she died, so we somehow couldn't organize that. So it was really high-class teaching. But what was important, we had also regional teachers and trainees, young people who should work together with internationals to be able to gain new knowledge, to improve themselves. And you see people from the region who have been engaged. This is just the first generation. We had 2 generations. That it was implemented from 2008 till 2012. What was interesting, it was some specific teaching aspects we applied. We applied in each course, we applied teaching twinning context. So, for example, for the course Public Participation, Negotiation and Communication, we had 4 girls teaching. It wasn't just the excuse, it was very often. So, for example, it was Jelena from Serbia, and Maureen from the United States, and Sylvia from Croatia, and Makedonka from Macedonia, of course, because her name is Makedonka. So we had an interesting mechanism which gave the opportunity to a student to have a kind of soft tutor. It doesn't have to be the mentor, you know, the teacher who should work together with the student in terms of the choosing elective courses and trying to understand some things that are usually not presented in the regular classes. Small groups, of course, very interactive atmosphere. And we also supply them with the double diplomas, you know, in English language and also in their native language, in their institution, where do they come from. For example, this is an example for one colleague from Albania. And that's all about the master program. Now let's see some faces who graduated this, and for this purpose, I choose carefully female only. So, the first cluster, if you can clusterize people, you cannot clusterize ladies for sure. These are teachers and researchers. Let's see 20 years ago what we have now. Starting from the left up. First is Natasha Lovric, originally from Macedonia. Now she's teaching at the faculty, quite complicated, for a science in Joensuu. She's very, very successful female researcher. After 16 years working for European Forest Institute, now she's moved to the university, and she's at the same time the chair of the EU Science Diplomacy Initiative and European Bioeconomy University Alliance. A lot of experience teaching and different projects, also teaching in the United States and China. And you see Jelena Delkovic, she's together with us. She's young, associate professor. What to say about Jelena? She was the most cited scientist at her faculty of Forestry, University of Belgrade, and I think that she's a very promising young teacher. Right up is Špela Pezeršek-Malovrh. She's from the Faculty of Biotechnical, whatever you call that, I think Sustainable Forest Resources or something like that, the Biotechnology University of Ljubljana. She's the head of the chair of Forest Techniques and Economics, and at the same time, she is the head of the UFRA working group, cross-sectoral policies, and she somehow became the unavoidable expert in all regional projects when it comes to the data analysis. Left down is Silvia Krajter-Ostojic from Croatia, and Silvia is excellent urban forestry specialist. I think that she is also the assistant editor of a distinguished journal, Urban Forestry and Greenery. You see Todora, she was already presented today, but when it comes to Todora, I have to say that she was the best student of FOPER, the second generation. And here, the closer to me, because she works with me, is Amila. And she's young senior teaching assistant. Now she's doing teaching while I'm running around the world and presenting her in conferences like this. She's a colleague of mine. The second cluster are those who decided another destiny, They are mainly ladies working in international organizations and some of them with the governments. Left up is Maja Radosavljević, after some years of being the financial director of a huge public forest company which employs, I think, 5,000-6,000 people. She moved to UFRA, and now Maja is in charge for this Fem2forests international project, and she's at the same time, she has both backgrounds, economics and forestry. Senka Mutabdžija-Bečirović she's absolutely genius lady, and she's coordinated a lot of projects at the UNDP country office in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And the portfolio of her project starts from the renewable sources, smart lead, to protective of air, to management of protected areas. Now she's heading the group of the people preparing the country level project to be financed by GEF, Global Environmental Facility. Left down is Amila Selmanek-Džibrajović. She used to work for UNDP. Now she moved. She's in totally another job. I think that she's head of the country office in UN Women in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and she has a great experience in working in Africa and many other countries. Tamara Bajkuša-Spahić, she's employed in the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Relations. She stayed working for the government, and as an educated forest policy and economist, she is now the head of the National Group for Electrical Vehicles and Sustainable Energy. And maybe the last cluster are those who are more in consulting. Left up is Jana Baumgartner, employed with the Institute of Eco in Klagenfurt, and mainly focusing on the projects which are dealing with the heritage, UNESCO heritage. One of them is dealing with the beech forest. Right up is your colleague from Fem2forests, Ayla Dorfer, and she's President, Regional Program Director of consulting agency Forest and Environmental Action, very active in the region, with a huge portfolio of partners such as USAID, JICA, UNDP, WWF. And Medina Kirlašević she works for the company called Palladium. It is for-profit, global, world leading company for consulting, and she's director of the Climate and Nature Finance based in Washington, D.C., with other two headquarters, Brisbane and London. And you have Enkaleda Pietri, she is coordinator of the Eco Health program within the initiative that Albania capital, Tirana, was the national youth capital. I think that she is responsible for managing about 50 scholarships for young people. So these are girls that have been studying for her. And okay, when I prepared this presentation, I asked them and they all sent the impressions. You can read it here, I wouldn't repeat it, but when you summarize, you see that it was really good example of networking, developing the human skills, particularly female skills in forestry. What is fascinating me that the portfolio, their activities is very wide within and outside of the forestry sector. Of course, there are reasons why it is so, and maybe we can discuss it later on, but I fully agree with the colleague who said that the only progress we can achieve if we work together, male and female. And I think that these are not scientists, these are not only researchers. They have their own destinies, they have their own fantasies, dreams, passions, and some of them are traveling, some of them are painting, some of them are enjoying different things. And they kindly asked me, please prepare a slide which would reflect a human size of our personalities. And I think that the previous ones maybe have been too boring, but this one reflects how they are still focused on the music and arts and literature and families and everything. So the last slide of this presentation, to give you more space for the discussion, is about our coordinator. That was Professor Margaret Shannon. She's retired and she's probably fishing now in Missoula, Montana. But she was we called her Big Fopper Mom. She was our teacher, she was our coordinator. More important, she was our motivation and inspiration. Thank you very much. That was very interesting.
Thank you. So we are now at the end of this session. Session number 2. It was really a session that gave us very different insights of women from the industrial regions and down to the Austrian forestry sector and now to West Balkan region and the project there. So we have now time for questions, discussions, impressions. Yeah, any comments, ideas? Sometimes it's a little bit difficult if the topics are so varied as they were during this session. No? Okay.
Hola. Thank you for opportunity to raise voice again. It was very interesting to hear the presentations in this session and stories and the data about the women in forestry. What I was thinking, listening that, was that sometimes, at least I can say for my organization, that is Slovenia Forest Service, it is very important is how it's possible to plan the career of young employees. If the structure of the company or organization is quite rigid, then it's very hard to go on in your career. So if someone is put in quite high position as a young man after, let's say, 10 years of praxis, that means that he will stay in that position next 30 years until he retires, you know. And all around him, doesn't matter men or women, with better education or better skills and so on, will be forced to wait for opportunity or to go somewhere else, you know. And even harder is for women, because it's more likely that our male colleague will be put on that position sooner than comparing with a female colleague, you know. So this is up to organizations, how they will make an opportunity for younger employees, how can they develop their career. And on the other hand, we can ask ourselves, is it what goal is for this organization? So do we want to do our best, to get our best from our best men and women, to improve the work of organization, to improve the results of the organization? And mostly I can imagine that this is happening in private sector, but in public sector, this is not so emphasized, I believe, you know? So maybe we should consider also this question. Thank you. Thank you.
I think that Barbara was tackling a little bit on this question. I don't know if Barbara wants to comment.
I would probably answer first to what you said last. What is our motivation as a public organization to have a more diverse workforce? I would say we don't need to ask about how can we improve our results then, or how do we have more diverse teams for better results. But I would say as public organizations, we're funded by public money, and we have a societal or a duty towards society, and we should represent everybody that is part of this society. So that could be a motivation. Often this argument of being fair towards everybody is brought forward. I don't think that's where we should stop. I would also say if we don't have everybody represented, there are simply a lot of life realities, perspectives, ideas missing, and no organization or no sector should limit themselves to choose only from this very narrow pool. And I also believe what you said about planning careers and those currently in power, taking a look at who could potentially succeed them and preparing them for this leadership role is a very important tool. And that's why it's so important that the people who are in the room when decisions are made have some awareness on these issues and are able to think about more than just what head is sitting there in terms of counting heads, but to understand some of the more intricate details about this, I would say. I hope that answers or complements what you said.
Thank you. Any other comment? Yes.
Well, I want to believe that we are all on the same side. Male and female are fighting for the universal human values, such as equity. And I will try to contribute to the discussion a little bit about the question for all of us. We are trying to find the instruments, the ways, how we can move forward in terms of the equity, not only in forestry, I think, in our whole world. So the question for the foresters, for us, is how many of us have any course within your curricula dealing with the gender issues? Please raise your hand. This is the answer. What we can do. We don't teach students about that. We don't teach students about it. To be able to make this planet a better place of living, the whole, which is unfortunately unfair, bipolar, and divided, not only in terms of the gender. We have to do something. We have to make better teaching programs. The colleague from Baku mentioned about the quality of teaching. I believe that all students of mine that have been presented here probably will find their way how to succeed, but they wouldn't if they stay in the traditional forestry teaching and learning about silviculture, forest management planning, utilization, which are lovely and important and a bit romantic disciplines. We all have to learn something else. We have to improve our curriculums in terms of the cross issues such as climate, nature protection, including gender issues, and probably if FOPER was focused only on, let's say, silviculture, maybe they will be able to find their way, but I think the probability would be quite small. If you look at the portfolio of work, they don't work in forestry. So I think that at the faculties of forestry, for the better opportunity for foresters, regardless they are male or female, we have to improve the curriculum. Then we will have better positions and better recognizing of the forestry profession within the society for male and for female. Then female as the group which is underestimated probably will have better probability. So I would like again to stress the fact that this issue is very complicated and it shouldn't be analyzed as isolated. It should be a joint effort of male and female and should be considered in a greater context as a, I don't want to say forest policy, but greater forest efforts to improve forest sector, including the gender.
Thank you very much for these comments. I have here, Catherine.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for, I see it's on here, Janis Kozina, to see. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. It was in the beginning, so I can recall it on it. But you were talking about embeddedness and about, you also did comparative analysis and you found same context but different iterations. And so I was part of the Fem2forests project and I'm also now working in the Fem2forests project. And I think some of the findings, or maybe some overlaps, so we also have same context in many ways, but also different iterations when we look at the more national or subnational level. And in your project, what do these different iterations mean for, let's say, the effective strategies to bring about more gender equality and diversity in the mining sector?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. When we talk about the same context, we have more or less in mind that we talk about peripheral industrial regions. But peripherality is a multi-layered concept, so we can talk about geographical peripherality or cognitive peripherality and so on. And as I indicated, more or less all the regions, all the pilot regions are peripheral in a sense, but some of them are also on the important transport corridors, let's say between Budapest and Vienna. So that brings some different connotation. So in terms of proximity and having more access to goods, to investment, and other kinds of resources. So for instance, the town of Portorož is a typical peripheral region, industrial region, from different perspectives. where there are different challenges in terms of lack of self-confidence, as we indicated with the local stakeholders, and the lack of knowledge what is available at the job market. Whereas for a comparison, we more tightly collaborate with our peers at the University of Graz, where we have a pilot action in the Steinische the Britain of Leben. Their biggest problem is actually networking. So many females, many women there are already at some position, but they don't communicate with each other in terms of shared problems, shared challenges. So what they want to do there is to establish through the process of social innovation a network of females that could share ideas, share challenges, and in this way be stronger as a group, and also stronger in providing messages to other girls and other women that are not yet in this. So totally different actions, different perceptions and different approaches, but still in the same context of rural industrial regions. So as a geographer, we really pay attention to place-based policies, place-sensitive approaches when dealing with this kind of policies, such as gender issues, which is not straightforward.
Okay, thank you. And here just to mention, thank you, Professor, for mentioning this with the forestry education and gender sensitive also topics. In Fem2forests project, we are also aiming to develop or to strengthen the education system in forestry to have more topics dedicated to gender issues. And this is one part, and the other part, what was interesting for me, saying that the best students or some of the students are not working in forestry from FOPA, and this is also one of the things that we want to do in the future in Fem2forests project, because what we are seeing that there are female students in the faculty, but they don't appear in forestry sector. So what does it happen? Why they find other jobs in other sectors around forestry? And we would like to know more. That's why we will do alumni study in our countries to see where women in finishing forestry study are somehow, we can say, for the sector lost. So let's proceed. We will have another time for the discussion before lunch. And now we are going to the third session, which is really, I think, interesting and inspiring, changing the image of forestry by inclusion of women. Changing the image of forestry by including women is a transformative approach that can lead to benefits for the sector, and I think that we heard already this today. Women bringing unique perspectives and skills to forestry, which can enhance problem solving and innovation. Women often play key roles in community-based forestry management. Their inclusion can strengthen community engagement and ensure that forest management practices are more aligned with local needs. And we will start with the youngsters. We are talking a lot today also with inclusion of youngsters. With us is Nicolina Menzin. And Nicolina is a master's student at the forestry at the University of Ljubljana, where she leads the student organization of the biotechnical faculty. Throughout her studies, she has been actively involved in the student council of the biotechnical faculty and has also served as the head of the local forestry student association in Ljubljana. Through this role, she became involved with IFSA. At the International Forestry Student Symposium in Germany, she was contacted with IFSA Gender Subcommission, where she attended one of the workshops. Today she is here to present their work. Please, the floor is yours.
So thank you for the introduction. So my name is Nicolina Menzin. I come from Ljubljana, where I'm studying forestry on biotechnical faculty. So our Forestry Student Association is part of IFSA, the International Forestry Student Association. And I'm here on their behalf to present some insights from students' perspective. which we titled Rooted Inequalities in Forest Education. Okay, so International Forestry Student Association, or for short, IFSA, is the largest network for students of forestry and related fields. It's entirely run by students, so all of the positions are also filled with students. Students are coming from 141 local committees, which can be found in 64 different countries. So we do represent, we have a representation from all around the world. The purpose of IFSA is to enrich members' education through international events, networking, and intercultural exchanges. One of the organizational units within IFSA is Gender Subcommission. This is the last year's team, so one of the members was also Barbara, and they represent one small part of the IFSA. I'm here to represent their work and work of their subcommission. So I'm not here just to present my perspective of this gender subcommission, but also the perspective of many members that we have in IFSA and all the students that we are in contact to. So in 2021, IFSA published an open letter on gender and forest education. It advocated for gender equality in forest education and trying to encourage a gender-aware learning environment. The responses were quite great. We got a lot of feedback from the students wanting to share their experiences and to better understand their wishes and opinions. There were 2 workshops held. One was held online and one in person. So this presentation will show some of the ideas, opinions, and quotes that were gathered during those sessions. So through those workshops, we heard about difficulties, struggles, different approaches students are having or approaching to deal with those challenges, and also their visions for the future. So we identified 3 different areas. So first being experiences, second being strategies to overcome those challenges, and third being vision for the future. And throughout those sessions, we saw that even students from different regions show some similar patterns or similar experiences. So they all related to some aspects or knew someone with similar experiences. Those workshops were shown to be very empowering for them. It showed them that they're not alone with those experiences. So with each aspect that I will present, keep in mind that those are stories, personal stories from individuals that were part of those sessions. So with the question, or the response to question, what are your experiences with gender-related discrimination in forest education, we got quite a various answers. On educational environment, there were comments on when being in an environment dominated by men, even if that was in a classroom or in the field, that was creating often, or it could create an intimidating presence. The students or participants in the workshops also mentions the presence of sexist jokes and expectations to conform to these norms. Some of them mentioned also like sexual harassment that limited some participants in working with certain groups or research groups. So this is one of the quotes from the connected to possibility of participating in educational environment, which just presents how, based on their gender, they could not participate in an activity meant for them. But students also mentioned some physical and mental barriers. So challenges related to physical conditions such as menstruation, or not feeling, not being confident enough to participate in some of the discussions out of fear that the contributions that they will put forward won't be considered as valid. There are also mentions of difficulties in the start of career, so early parts of their career, where if female students or female participants mentioned that their competence was being questioned, their ideas or propositions were being rejected based just on their gender. So with the second question, with the question, how are you dealing with gender inequalities? We also got a variety of answers. Students shared quite different ways of coping with all the problems. So some of them mentioned speaking up, so being vocal about the problems that they're facing. But they also pointed out how difficult that could be, or how much courage and energy it caused them to constantly speak up for themselves and advocate for themselves. They described also how that got them in a bit tricky positions. For instance, contradicting a professor who was grading them, or even talking to colleagues, female or male, which were put then in uncomfortable position when discussing these topics. One of the strategies to dealing with the situation that we found out was also organizing. So many students have formed supportive groups or have joined their professional established networks. And a lot of times those students also pick up the job of educating others about it. But here was also the mentioned consideration that the participants that were educating others were often the ones that were facing the discrimination. So it took them a lot of energy and a lot of their own time and courage to continuously work through that. And unfortunately, universities, for instance, don't always provide adequate support for that. And even where gender equality offices, for instance, exist, they often lack resources or training to address all the challenges students are facing, or to just actively drive change. And when asked about their ideas or their wishes for future, one part of the vision was considering for more gender equal forest education. Students highlighted quite a lot of different areas that could be improved. So in educational part, they envisioned gender equality education. So just to promote or educate all students about gender dynamics and to foster respectful behavior in educational and in professional field. They also mentioned wish for inclusive curriculum, which could allow all genders to feel included into the topics discussed. Second, in the term of support, students aspire to creation of gender safer space or specific space where they could gather and share their experience and where they would feel secure. They also envision strong mentoring programs where they can connect with trustworthy senior members, which could offer them guidance and advice and just help them navigate all the challenges they are facing. So just to sum things up, we noticed that similar experiences and strategies and visions are present in all of the regions. So participants from all the regions are sharing those struggles. So there is clear need for some education to raise awareness about gender-related discrimination and the creation of safer space and to make them available to trustworthy people to talk to. So in the end, we must find a solution together. So as a student and part of IFSA, we are working to raise awareness, to share our experiences and our needs, and to just contribute to established initiatives. And we truly appreciate all the research that is going into gender-specific issues and that many of you are doing and also presenting today. But we also want to remind you to pay attention to young people sitting in your classes who are constantly in contact or impacted by gender discrimination in their everyday learning environment. So as researchers and lecturers, you can make a significant difference. So share, for instance, IFSA open letter or just get in touch with us. Most importantly, listen and talk to your students. Thank you.
From this students' organization perspective, now we will proceed with next presentation. Maria Jacopin is a private forest owner, and the title of her presentation is Beyond Stereotypes, the Evolving Role of Women in Forestry. And I believe that Maria is a living example of that evolving role. She is a mathematician who turned into the forest manager. After a career in software development and marketing, she took over the management of her family's forest estate in 2017. As a licensed forest engineer, Maria is passionate about the sustainable forestry and environmental awareness and the rights of the forest owners. She is also an author of forestry articles and crime novels, leads stand-up comedy-oriented tours through her forests and volunteers at the local senior community center where she teaches computer basics. So Maria, we are looking forward for your presentation.
Well, thank you. I'm so extremely honored to be here. Okay, so you already heard who I am. How does this move forward? By enter. No, I used to be a software developer, so this is a high tech for me. So today I will be sharing my observations from the field, from the forest where I work in, and my thoughts, which are very biased and personal, and my goal is to implement a few thoughts into your minds, and maybe you will start thinking other aspects as well. So this is actually the forest where I work in, and the students here are from Slovenian forestry faculty. And usually when they come to the forest, it rains. I don't know why that is so, but each year I see more and more women. I guess now it's almost half of them are women. Completely other picture is when we host a so-called chainsaw safety course, which is organized by the Slovenia Forest Service. I think it's funded by the European Union, which is absolutely great. We should emphasize the European Union more, because today we sit here also because of the money coming from there. And in these courses, I never see a woman. I have never met a woman at this course. So maybe these stereotypes that we have talked today about, that they do have some origin, that they do come from somewhere. This red one is my favorite. Why? Because I'm a mathematician, and each time I meet a person and I tell them that I'm a mathematician, they always say, "Ah, a teacher." And I'm not a teacher, I'm an applicable mathematician. That's why I was working as a software developer. But it is true, I don't really meet often a person who is a programmer and a female. So now for the next two slides, I would like you to think of as you being a forest owner. So imagine that you're a forest owner, and now think who would you rather hire for harvesting, like, I don't know, 1,000 cubic meters of your future income. To this person or to this person. The previous one was me, and the second one is an instructor from that same course. I really like this guy. He has 4 children. He's from that point of view better than I only have 2. So there is some difference among him and me. And I do have to tell you a story. As I used to be a software developer, I also helped to develop some software for time and attendance. That is, when you come to your job, you have to clock in and open the door with the same card. Well, now you can do it with phone or even face recognition and so on. And one of our customers was a mining company from Slovenia, Rudnik Velenje, and I was testing the new software for payrolls. That is the money you get on your account every month. And that HRM lady there working told me that when I was building a so-called testing database, I wanted to include some females, and we usually, the software developers, we usually use famous people like Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie and so on. And she told me, well, no ladies here in this database. You shouldn't put any ladies. And I said, why not? And she said, because in Slovenia we have a law that prohibits ladies to work in mines. And I said, well, I don't know if this is still true. That was 10 years ago. And I told her, well, but is that a bit strange? I mean, I do know that, looking at me, I wouldn't be able to mine a lot of coal or anything. And she said, well, because we need women to bear children. And that was quite a shock. She was an old lady, and she had this thought completely straight. She completely believed in this statement, that you have to protect women in order for them to bear children. And lumberjacking is on the first, the most dangerous profession you can get. And maybe then, now that I'm a hunter, I've thought of that HRM lady from mining company, and I found out that, for example, when Slovenia Forest Service is making these plans for the hunters, how much amount of deer, females, males, and offsprings they should exclude, to say it more politely. If you go more aggressively into females, the population will, of course, decline. So maybe this lumberjacking is really not something you want to force ladies into. And at that point, I still have to mention that when feminists are fighting for equality, they usually fight for the leading position. I have never heard for a feminist to say, let's put more ladies into road construction when it is 40 degrees in the summer. You never hear that. Well, transferring to the next slide, I don't believe we should expel ladies from the forest, because here a majority of you work in forest, and I don't believe we are completely incapable of doing stuff in forest, because forestry is quite a vast profession. This is my hand. You can see I have a black finger up there. I'm marking a tree to be harvested. But this finger was not because of my physical work in forest. It did happen in forest, but it was a very early morning when I arrived in the forest. There were this guy waiting to pick up the logs, and they were all huge males, and I was a bit afraid of them, and I came out of the car and I slammed the door too fast, and the finger was still there. So sometimes you also have to be mentally capable, not just physically. And now this is the main point of my presentation. I have to tell you that this research was not something I found, but it was found by my husband when I was preparing for this presentation. I'm very happy that he has a burnout syndrome and he's at home and he's actually taking care of household and even helping me at stuff like this presentation. And he told me, well, Maria, I found this perfect research. They were testing interest in STEM. STEM is, as you can read, more of a technical part of professions or studies that you can make. And what is most interesting, no, I'm sorry, oh yes, it's okay, is that they asked boys and girls how interested are they in STEM, and then they correlated it with the gender gap index. So the countries, you know, the one that we find most developed, they have very small gender gap, and in those countries, the ladies just weren't interested in STEM, which is a very strange thought. That's why it's called a paradox, because we always thought that, you know, if you give ladies freedom and equality, they will go into STEM, you know, half of them will go into STEM, the other half will go into humanities, you know. But there is some difference between men and women. We are not the same. I don't believe the gender equality is something we should fight for. We should fight for equal chances, not for the equality among us, because as you can see, me and that lumberjack, we are not the same, and we have different gender, and that's why he developed into this kind of guy, and I developed into 50 kilos of meat. So I believe that we shouldn't be focusing on these developed countries, but on the other countries. Why did girls from Korea, Jordan, and Turkey find STEM more interesting than the ones in Iceland? Maybe the answer lies in the safety, because STEM is usually highly paid. I went to mathematics because I'm dyslexic. I can't read a thing, and mathematics was the only thing I could cope at primary school. So I knew that the mathematics was definitely the thing I was studying. But on the other hand, I also knew that I was going to have quite high salary as soon as I finished mathematics, because, you know, software development is a very good paid profession. So maybe we should focus on giving women the same chances so that they would be actually able to make adequate decisions. I was a very lousy software developer. I didn't like it because I'm a very social person and I like taking care of others, and you don't get any of those in software development. So I think we should have more free choices. I checked out how this statistic, does this research also apply for Slovenian situation? This is from 2020 to 2021. And here, for example, health and welfare, the ladies are dominating. Or, for example, education. We like to care for others. If I was a teacher, maybe I would be much better teacher than a software developer. Again, engineering, as you can see, or ICTS, those are male-dominated. And then we come to business administration and law. Here is ladies are dominating. I believe that is the answer because we all like high salaries. And now the last slide. I guess you can guess who these two creatures here are. On the left we have Eva, this is my daughter, and on the right it's Matej. He is now 15 and she's now 18, so this picture is very old. I believe he hit her with his spoon, or I don't know what happened, but they were screaming a lot, and somebody has to take care of this sort of tasks as well. And why is this slide here now? I think this is the second most important point of my presentation. These two, I call them creatures, you know. My mother is from Serbia, and in Serbia you like to be kind and to make fun with your children, to call them like rubbish or shit or something like that. My grandfather called me džubre, which is actually rubbish. But he meant it kindly. He didn't say rubbish, but he said, oh, my little rubbish. So these two creatures are here because this guy, he wants to be a primary school teacher. And the other, the girl, she wants to be a biologist, a researcher. And how these two guys are going to develop into mentally stable people, that will also influence how they will work, how good they will be at their work. And who is going to provide all they need so that they will grow into capable people, mentally stable and so on. You all had a really bad teachers, you know, the one with very bad ego issues who was just yelling at you all the time and so on. And we don't want that sort of teachers. But if we want good teachers, somebody has to be there when they hit each other and say you shouldn't be hitting each other because then you will both suffer and so on and so on. And I think that in Slovenia, I'm sure because I checked the statistic, ladies still get lower payment for the same work as male. Why is that so? Because if I'm an employer, I know that lady, she will be at home because these two guys will get flu and influenza and so on, and she will go to home. And this guy, he's not going to go home. He will be working all the time, having time, as you already mentioned. He will be honored to do everything. He will find time, and the woman, she will be taking care of this and the household. And nobody's compensating for the salary he's giving her less because she's going to be absent. Of course, she's going to be absent. I'm not advocating that we should pay women for having children because there is too many humans in this world anyway, but I do believe that we should acknowledge that they are doing actually two jobs and that this work that they are doing is something that we will milk when they grow old and they will be, I don't know, doctors, foresters, and all the rest. This is now the end of my points. I'm very grateful that you have been listening to me, and I saw some really friendly faces around that I don't even know, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. I think that there are many questions, but we will come back there at the end of the session. Because we have now two also interesting ladies coming from Catalonia, Esther Blanco Casellas and Michelle Corel. Esther is a forest engineer with more than 20 years of experiences in technology transfer, applied research, and innovation management. Currently, she's the director of the public forestry company, Forest Catalana, dedicated to the management of the rural environment in Catalonia. Michelle Corel is a corp forest landowner in Catalonia since 2013. She has been a freelance photographer for more than 30 years, and in recent years, she has produced multimedia projects about sustainable forest management, women empowerment in Catalonia and Iberian Peninsula. They will be talking about their project, Emboscadas Dones y Bosco. Yes.
Thank you very much. So, good morning. Marisha, thank you very much for your presentation, with your nice presentation. So we will try to get also. So it's a pleasure to be here today, and thanks a lot for the organization to invite us. And during these 2 days, we will share with you, with my colleagues that are here present. We want to learn a lot. We are, in fact, learning, sharing, and best practices also. So our delegation is a Catalan forestry delegation conducted by 6 nice women that represent different professional activities and public and private sector. So this communication, as Nick said, we will conduct it by my colleague Michelle, that she's a photographer and a forest owner, and me, Theo from Forest Catalana. This is a public enterprise from Catalan government. So first of all, I want to introduce our speech. We will talk about the general context. Secondly, a brief view about the forestry sector in Catalonia. Secondly, a little slide about gender perspective and different events that we will conduct since 2022. And next steps, what we are doing. And final part, for us is very important because it's an acknowledgement for your attention, but also for all these Catalan women that has participated in this nice Emboscada exhibition. So about the whole view, this project, Emboscadas. Emboscadas, the origin of the project, is conducted and promoted boosting by the Catalan forestry government and led by Anna, that is our General Forestry Director, that she is with us today, and start boosting the strategy to empower and make visible the forestry women in Catalonia. So in this context, some activities and initiatives were made. And one of them was this one, the Emboscadas exhibition. But in general terms, this initiative has 4 objectives. First of one, to create new spaces for communication, exchange, and knowledge promoted by women from different fields, where they present their realities, reflect and contribute their vision, identities, and plurality. Also, breaking stereotypes of the profession, very important thing. Generate female role models to encourage generational renewal. So concretely, added reference, women reference, we need, and to bring knowledge about the forestry world closer to citizens. So, one short slide about our general context in Spain and concretely in Catalonia. In Catalonia, more or less, we have 3,800 people working forestry. So it represents nearly 79 million euros of added value, and unfortunately, the 1% of the GDP. But in terms of forestry, the 64% of Catalonia is forests. And with this percentage, the 75% is private owned. So the other slide, very short data, is related to gender diagnosis for Catalonia. And with this study was made by Forestry Catalan government and Anna and César Famadas, my colleagues here. If you later on want to ask something or make some notes, where they are very pleasant to answer. So according to data from the year 2020, of the total number of forest owners, the 32% are women, and in co-ownership, this percentage reached 45%, so less than the 50 they have. So following the strategy to empower forestry women in Catalonia, here in this slide, we put different activities conducted since 2021. For example, in March 2022, we made an event called Women in Forestry World Day and Walking Towards Equality. So in 2023, also we generate another event, Gender Diagnosing. October, another event, and so on. And in this slide, I want to put in relevance that on September 2024, so very recently, we are achieving the creation of Association of Women Forest Landowners, and later on Michelle was explained a little bit. So my explanation, well, I can, yes, and the most significant results about this study, the gender diagnosis, is shown in this slide. Few women work in forestry, more or less the 10%. If you know the data, is more or less represented 10%. Only 70% are machine operators, forestry, hunting, or wood treatment laborers. And nearly the 48% of forest engineers are women, and the 50% of forestry researchers are women. However, only 25% occupy senior positions, and only 32% of the published articles are by women forest researchers. So until here my presentation, and right now, sorry, I pass the floor to Michelle. They will continue. Thank you very much.
See this bigger? Can you see this bigger? Sorry, I'll make you wait. Thank you very much. Okay.
Ah, sorry, just a moment.
Okay, thank you. Well, as my colleague here has already said, I'm a forest landowner, and it's very recent, this new phase in my life. Only about 10 years I've been a landowner, and I've discovered the wonderful world of forestry, and I've realized that it's quite misunderstood and needs to be explained a bit better, and it's a world that needs to be taken closer to more urban communities. So I want to start just by explaining why we maintain all the time the title of this exhibition. In Catalan, it's a beautiful title because emboscadas actually is a play on words. And I'd like to read this. Emboscar is a Catalan verb that has two main definitions. The more poetic and literary, to get lost and go deep into the vastness of a forest, or to the more commonly used, specifically in the fields of defense, which is to be hidden in a place to surprise the enemy. Someone who is emboscat or emboscada, therefore, is someone who gets lost in the woods and feels good about it also, but someone who is ambushed. Actually, most people here who work, Tanya, when we say, oh, I'm going to the woods today, you say, I'm emboscada. So it totally defines what we do. So this project came to life thanks to Ana Sanichas. It was an honor for me to work on it. What we wanted to do is to make visible the role of women in forestry. They are there. That's something I discovered as a forest landowner. I was like, well, so I go to meetings with other landowners and it's always men. And it turns out there's 30 to 40% women. Where are they? I don't know. But I think it's a lack of maybe seeing other women that do this kind of work and are interested in sustainability and forest management, etc. It's not contradictory to painting your nails. So this project, we worked, there was an advisory board was created of 9 women to help prepare a list of approximately 60 women that work in forestry. We tried to find people that represented different sectors, ages, and locations in Catalonia. We couldn't photograph and interview all 60 people. We had to limit it, so we limited it to 18. We do have one woman, Tanya, who is one of the emboscadas. She's here with us today. She's one of the younger generation, someone who discovered forestry and realized, and her family said, you've discovered what you want to do. Because most people don't know about these professions, but she fortunately found it. And so what we want to create is role models. We want to make it more visible. We want people to understand that it's necessary and valuable work and it can be done by anybody. Women have a different point of view, which doesn't necessarily remove whatever everyone else is thinking, but a more collaborative view. And specifically the project, we started having meetings around January 23, and everything continued up until February 24, when the exhibition was inaugurated on March 4th. We wanted it to coincide with International Women's Day. The first phase was design. We had a great graphic designer. Actually, he's a graphic designer and brander. He actually was the one who thought of the name, Emboscadas Donas y Bosque. We did the title, branding, physical design, and graphics, all the green and everything and the purple. The photography was done, I did 18 portraits, like standalone portraits, and also daily life work. I tried to spend at least a day or two with each person. There were 31 locations. I traveled all over Catalonia, did about 6,000 miles. We would also, on another day, do interviews. We only did 12 because we decided instead of doing 18 individual interviews, we would put some of them together. And then we also had the text prepared, which was a general introduction, excerpts from the interviews of the 18 women. We would spend about an hour with each one, but finally we reduced it to 2 or 3 minute interviews. And this was the final physical look of the exhibition. It was the final standalone exhibition for exteriors or interiors. The first time it was exhibited, it was here in the gardens of the Palau Robert, which is a very central location in Barcelona with many visitors. And that's what we wanted. We didn't want it to be in a place where nobody sees it. There were a total of 18 large black and white portraits, which you can see here, like a meter, and 103 color photos of their daily life. And the 12 individual audio visuals for 3 minutes, which you could see on a QR code, because we couldn't put TV sets outside. And all the photos were printed on wooden board planks and held up by tree trunks. So a very sustainable exhibition. And this is the teaser that we prepared. It's a 1.5 minute teaser to promote the exhibition.
La ciutat pot ser amable, què és la gent del
I hem d'estar orgullós de dedicar a treballar al bosc i sentir-nos orgullosos perquè al final és tenir el nostre entorn, no? Que tenim més a la vora.
Estem en un moment de canvi radical de moltíssimes coses. Hem de fer una transició ecològica a marxes accelerades, a més.
Jo crec que hem de començar a mirar també la natura en relació a nosaltres com a cultura, que s'entengui que els boscos són multifuncionals.
Jo crec que el sector forestal té un futur bastant esperançador.
Li vam preguntar per què no hi havia dones a coses naturals i la seva resposta va ser molt senzilla. Es va dir perquè no fem ara, encara la dona està molt menys física, que hem de ser més urbana, més ciutat, no?
A dia d'avui puc dir que els meus millors aliats són els propietaris i els treballadors de bosc. A dia d'avui ja me'ls he guanyat i ja accepten les meves ordres en certs moments i no hi ha cap tipus de problema.
Com a dona penso que més dones hi hauria d'haver perquè el món és millor a gestionar totes aquestes. La cura sí que és una cosa que les dones ho tenim molt a dins i al final els problemes mediambientals és cura.
Jo diria que per mi el buscar-se és futur.
Go back. That one. Okay. Next steps? You want to do next steps? Okay, so the next steps are at all times this exhibition, we wanted it to be a traveling exhibition. It's going to be traveling all over Catalonia. It's going to go to the Spanish Forestry Congress, which is going to be in another section of Spain. As you mentioned before, one of the side events of the exhibition was a meeting of women landowners. It was the first time in history that 120 forest landowners had congregated in one space in one day. And from that meeting in April, with the exhibition, we had a meeting recently in September, and we're planning on moving forward with an association of women landowners. And of course, all during the year, we'll be doing, or the Catalan government will be doing World Forestry Day events, Rural Women's Day. It's always an excuse or a reason to gather us, just like here, to network, to meet, to talk about our similar issues. And we'll always have the support of the Catalan government, especially the Forest Land Ownership Center, of which Cesca Famadas is representing here today. And we have to thank the 18 women who generously opened their lives to us and the world to see. I mean, I spent a lot of time with them, and some of them were not used to having a photographer following around and taking photos or being interviewed, but they did a fabulous job. The advisory group that helped select the 18 women, Esther is among them, as well as Cesca. They helped us to find the best women to illustrate this story. And then we had the help of the Catalan Women Institute,
they helped us on gender issues, and Esberla is the one who actually carried out the gender diagnosis that we've talked about. PEF Catalunya, I imagine you're all familiar with PEF, they helped out. The Center of Forest Science and Technology Center, it's a very important research center in Catalonia. They helped some of the women who are photographed or researchers there. The Forest Land Ownership Center again. The CREAF is another research and forestry application center. Some of the women who appear here are also in CREAF. Forestal Catalana helped out a lot, and this was thanks all to the Climate Action Department of the Generalitat of Catalunya, in which Ana Sanichas was the director of forests. And I guess that's it.
Thank you that you took us to Catalonia. Now we have come to the end of that third session, which was about changing the image of forestry by inclusion of women. I think we have heard very nice and very nice examples from, I would say, students' perspective, and forest owners' perspective, forest company perspective. And now it's time we still have some minutes to discuss about it and to ask additional questions or to set some remarks. And now you are invited to do so.
Well, thank you. Maybe I have a little appetizer as we're going to lunch quite soon regarding the IFSA, and there was a really stupid thing mentioned that the chainsaw courses were really not attractive for female students, which I can understand. It's a little bit strange, maybe I go over here. It works now, I guess. I'm also working for a training center for forestry, and we offer chainsaw courses, special courses for women only. We have about, I guess, 10 different trainers, and our trainers love the women courses because they say the opposite of what you mentioned, Nicolina. They say they love to teach women because they're listening, they are accepting, they are doing, they are working really, really good, and they really want to do these courses. And on the opposite side, the women also love these courses because I'm also the quality manager in our training center, and I get all the evaluation reports. And also the women say that they feel really very, very well accepted and trained. So there is maybe a little sign of hope for you. It can be different.
I just wanted to add to that one of the emboscadas was a forest worker, and she teaches forestry, especially she teaches women's groups. And she says that some of the women go because my dad won't teach me how to work this machine. But the ones who do go tend to they learn more and faster, and technically are really good. So another.
Yeah, good. These are good practice examples for sure. And I think that maybe one of the keys are also, to have specific courses for women, especially when we are talking about chainsaw operators, because then it's also maybe easier for women to ask stupid questions, maybe, sometimes.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Maria, because you you touched a very important thing, that there are physical barriers when we talk about women working physically in forestry. But there is also a change. There is more and more, maybe not in Slovenia because it's a mountain region, yeah, but there is more and more machines, and there's no obstacles for women to work on the harvester or to order, yeah, and it is still perceived as male and demanding work in the context of hard working. And also my question is about these differences in jobs, positions, occupations, that women are much more for care, for education. Is it a biological difference or is it a socialization? Yeah, so when you have a girl, you educate and grow her up in different way than the boy. So we are all a product of society, in fact, yeah. And this is also a stereotype, yeah. So how do you see it, yeah? Because it's still my question and my wondering. Are the differences born, or they are genetic based, or this is a cultural based?
Okay, so maybe the first remark regarding the physical challenges and that you know your limitations. I have a story. I so much like to tell stories. So my sister, she's a doctor of general practice, and once I don't really like my limitations. I fight against them all of my life, which is of course very wrong. And I was carrying a very heavy suitcase, and my husband was walking beside me, not carrying anything. And my sister came to me and she said, "You know, Maria, where you have uterus, he has muscles." That's true. It was a very good point. My husband, he's a real man, you know, and of course he can carry a suitcase, and if he's there, I should put it to him, not to prove to him that I'm valuable just by forcing my limitations to where it's not healthy. My both hips are okay, they already have some fractions because of my extreme fight for women's rights. So I think you do have to have some sense and mental stability. So regarding the second question, I'm not an anthropologist or psychiatrist or anyone who actually I think is entitled to answer this sort of question, but I still believe that developed countries raise their children much more freely than, for example, if you go to Serbia. I often go there and I see how they raise the children. To the girls they put the dolls, and they buy them in IKEA. You can buy a kitchen, a small kitchen, and it is a great present for a new party for a girl and so on. And for the males, of course, the cars and the railways and so on. But if you go to Austria or I don't know, Iceland, I'm pretty sure that they don't have these habits, or maybe less and less. I don't know, this is my assumption. I'm biased, I don't know if that is true. The second part that I think of as not an expert is that maybe the evolution was done quite soon, because if you bear a child, you breastfeed it. It's not very economical to put it to male and then, I don't know, hope that for example, that if you live in caves, let's go very far back. So then it is beneficial if you raise a girl in a way that she will take care of children, because she is intended much more in that manner. That is, again, my assumption. I'm not a researcher, so I don't know if that is true. But again, I think that among women there is again quite some differences. Some are really weak, some are very strong, some are better at hunting, some are worse at hunting. So we should always promote the ability for them to find what they're good at working in and what they like doing it, because these two things are not always correlated. So for the future women, if you ask me, I would promote them to find what they would really like to do, not what their parents think, not what their salary will be, and maybe not even what their physical limitations are, because technology is again helping us there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, as I said, we really hope that the lunch was okay, that you are now back, ready to go to the fourth session of today's conference. And in that last session of today, we have 3 presentations. And the first session is called Networking of Women as a Key of Change in Forestry. So we will explore a little bit the possibilities for networking, because we really believe that the networking among women is a key driver of change in the forestry sector. So networks facilitate the exchange of knowledge and best practices, helping women stay informed about the latest development in forestry. Networking also helps raise the profile of women in forestry, showcasing their contributions and achievements, and all this can inspire more women to enter the field and pursue the leadership roles. And today we have some good practice examples, and those practice examples will be presented in that 3 last presentations. First of all, we are inviting Birgit Hohmann and Maren Amer from the German Women in Forestry Association to present the success story about that association. And Birgit Hohmann has studied forestry in Göttingen, where she also received her doctorate degree in 1988. She's working in the forestry service since 1990 in the field of forest management. She's also a founding member of German Women in Forestry Association. Maren Amer studied forestry and urban forestry in Göttingen and started to work with the traineeship in Lower Saxony, where she works now in the areas of private forest management, forest and agricultural subsidies, and nature conservation. You are well welcome. You can start with your presentation.
Can I get a microphone?
You would like to use, this one is working a little bit better.
Yeah,
Okay, we will both talk.
Yeah. Hello and welcome. So we have the difficult task to have our presentation after lunchtime. So we try to that you not will fall asleep. So yeah, today we will present this association, the German Forest Women Association, which is exactly as old as I am, actually. So I have the honor to walk in the steps of many gorgeous women, as you can see on the left side. And now there is a more actual picture. So yeah, Birgit Hohmann and I, we are taking you through our history, and we hope we have some interesting facts. And yeah, so I take it over.
Thank you, Maren, for the nice introduction. I'm very proud to introduce our German Forest Association, Women Forestry Association. Don't worry, it's in English. This is our webpage, so it is in German. And before I tell something about our association, I want to have a little review on history, because I think this is important key why the situation is like it is. Why are we so many, so few women and so many men? Challenges, past, present, and future. I put in top. You see this nice white bearded man on the nice, I think, Lipica. I think it was about 100 years ago. This was a real forest administration represented. And the right photo is a forester, female forester nowadays, with suitable clothes for outdoor work. Well, the forest administration in Germany is based on military organization. You remember the nice man with white beard? It was not possible for women to enter this forest administration because we had not military service done. So it was not possible for women to enter, not even to enter in study. After World War II, first the soldiers who came from war, they were in work preferentially, and in the 50, 60 years, there were very few students in universities, not like today with thousands of students. It was very few places available. Well, in the 1960s, there were some more students, but they had to be recruited by selection courses, and was based on medical army inspection. And if you didn't have a military service, you couldn't enter. So no women.
And what I would like to add is, as a woman, you are were allowed to go to the army in 2002 in Germany. So there was no chance to get in this area.
In Western Germany.
In Western, yeah, both. Yeah, and also, yeah, the selection courses were like the military ones. So there were some students studying forestry in the Second World War because the men were in war, so there were some free places, but afterwards, yeah, it was still, or again, not possible to have this education.
Yes, these female students from the early years, they were in research institutes, or some of them were professors in the university, but they couldn't go into the forest administration. Well, and what was the situation outside in the forest districts? Forestry work was a seasonal work, mostly secondary occupation. The female forestry workers, they planted and took care of the little plants. I think it really was a very hard work. If my husband has to do something on the floor, he always says, "Oh, you are nearly more near there." It is a hard work. This was in spring and in autumn, and the male Holzhauer who cut the trees. This was activity for winter, because in summer most people had to do their farmer works. So all this changed when the one-man chainsaw was introduced. And also in Germany, women were not allowed. Well, the first one-man chainsaws were very hard, very heavy, so it wasn't possible.
Also, before we had the euro in Germany, we had this coin with a Kulturfrau on it, so like women planting an oak. And also in the 50s, because of this, 50% of forest workers were women, but only in planting, and they did not have anything to say, but yeah, a lot of women planted the trees that we now have.
I told university was not for women in Western Germany, I have to say. In Eastern Germany, I don't know exactly. But from the 1970s onwards, there were also forest students, female students, and it increased up to about 30%. In the 70s, some women went to the laws. Lawsuits. Yes, to the lawsuits, because they could not enter the forest.
The mandatory traineeship we had to do, or still have to do.
Yes, that was also only if you had military service. But from 1976, I think it was possible to enter for women in the forest services. So you see, it is just 50 years, nearly 50 years ago, so one whole generation of people in forestry couldn't be women. So what's the situation today? The share of female employees with forestry education has slowly been rising. Our association has Students and for their bachelor work, they made
They had a survey in all the federal states we have in Germany. So we have about
some data.
Yeah, we have a bit data. So we have about 1/3 public land, and on the management we have some data now that we can base.
One of these surveys was in 2015 and the other in 2022. Well, men still dominate forestal educated employees. You always heard it from the other presentations, but however, women are not the exception anymore. When I entered with the first practice year in forest, I was not the first one, no, I was the second one, but it was not better. And in my jobs, usually I was the only woman in a meeting. So, yeah. Well. There is several German federal states. The orange one line is from 2015 and the darker one is from 2022. The percentage of women increased. Some are over 20%, and until now, it's 2 or 3 years later, it increased even more, but it is, well, it's under 25% normally, and that is a few. So that's optical a little better, where the most is in Sachsen-Anhalt. Well, in the eastern federal states of Germany is always more women, because in the GDR more women studied this and more women were working, and well, in Bavaria it's not so many, but I think it increased too until now.
So actually, it was common even today in the eastern federal states that you have a right to childcare. So it still is easier to be able to work. So there's the schools do a lot, even if there's vacation time. So yeah, it's also in the forestry sector that there are more women.
So, what's the situation today? We already heard in other presentations, women rarely occupy executive positions, managing positions, decision-making positions, very rarely. Women often work in research, assistance positions, forest survey, forest inventory. And kids, parents, care work, these topics are often purely women's matters. So I suppose it's similar in other countries.
So if you imagine the left women, so we had a question, why do women have less paper published? If you have to do extra care on top of that, even more, it's even harder. So I think that picture is quite good.
In summer we had a big presentation in a KWF-Tagung. That's a big forestry fair in Germany, and we gathered some wishes. What could help that we are more successful and could do our job better. I think some of these came in another presentation before. Mentoring training of female managers, gatherings of female employees, to know each other, to connect each other, even education for male managers. this equity education, you also heard, and more parental leave and part-time occupation of men. That would be nice if this is normal. That not only women do this, but everybody who has children, and our new generation is also important. Yes, we wish a real representation for gender equality, courses on topics of business and administration, laws, taxes, retirement planning. These are mostly topics that women don't love, or they have not the time to occupy with in their free time. Also courses on self-assertion, financial and organizational support for childcare and care work. It's important not only for women, also for men. Men also have old mothers and fathers. So, and well, job sharing, more offers for part-time occupation during the time with little children would be very nice.
So what was interesting when I talked about job sharing, and I also did it for 1 year with a person that was shortly before his
retirement.
And most people were like, job sharing, is that possible? And the association actually talked in the 90s about that. So it's long known, and still almost no one seems to have heard of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, now our story of our association, Frauen im Forstbereich. Women begin to organize in the 80s and talked a lot how to organize, really, and in 1993 was founded the association Frauen im Forstbereich. Since then we have annual conferences and excursions. In 2000 there was an international conference of women in forestry in Erhorn, Niedersachsen and Hamburg. In 2010 was an international conference Women in Forestry in Hessen and Rheinland-Pfalz. And in 2022 the foundation of WFO International, and Maren is a part of the board. So the first gatherings of women was about 40 women, and nowadays we have about 180 members. So this year was this discussion at the forestry fair KWF Tagung. It was very interesting, and in every forest journal was pictures and a summary. And
you can read it in the newsletter from WFO.
Okay.
If you remember.
Well, what's our aims? We want to support gender equality, support the collaboration of all women in forestry, engagement for the improvement of women's situation in family, at work, at society, the representation of women in forestry towards legislation, government, administration, as well as other relevant social groups. We support advanced trainings, lifelong education. We support professional empowerment and economic and social equality of all women in forestry. That's our aim. We work for about 180 members. Our target groups are all women interested in working with forests. we want networking for women. We have a newsletter, a homepage, Instagram account. We want to connect also by couch hopping. That's you can come and sleep with one of us if you're on the tour. We have national and international activities, exchange of experience, and a WhatsApp group gives quick exchange, some questions, invitations, information, and also advanced training on several topics. There you see our press with a homepage and Instagram. And that's the photo of our big party for 30 years of our association.
So that was last year at our general conference. Yeah.
And I have a little topic. We gathered things, words we heard since the 80s. And yes, that's somebody says something to you and you can't answer because you're like paralyzed from this, what you heard. You often hear things like this. No, we are not a forest doctor, we are a girl, a darling, a sweetheart. Or something like this. If more women study, the men get the jobs because women are with their children at home. Yeah. And you see the one is from 1988, but the second is from nowadays. It's incredible.
So now what I think we actually had this topic before an interview. So I wanted to collect some information and it was like
a volcano.
Like a volcano, and a lot of the more women talked about their experiences, the more other women also shared. So this is one of them. This was one of them. And first, even some women thought it's not an issue anymore, but we saw that it still is, and it's not that only single persons are hearing that, but all of us, and it's a common problem that we still have to fight. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. We will have questions at the end of the session. So now it's my big honor, and I'm very happy that we have here two very special ladies coming from the other side of the world, from Mongolia. And we will proceed with, this is the toughest task today, to pronounce Kishikyarak Mokhor. I know that I didn't say it right, but I said I have to because I know that Kishik was also trying to say my name when I was in Mongolia. But anyway, Kishik works as a president of Forest Sustainability and Women Association in Mongolia. This is the first women association established in Mongolia and brings a changing image of forestry with new voice and roles of sustainability. Highlighting point is Mongolian forestry women who has been integrated and are working closely together for a very short period of time. She has more than 20 years of experience in the forest sector, especially global warming effects of forest growth and regeneration status in Mongolia and Central Asia. Her work focuses on forest higher education system, scientific and innovation technologies, research, training, delivery, and project management. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. A little bit nervous. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to me to participate in such a wonderful conference and standing in here, starting to my talk, and it's really a pleasure. So Nice, thank you for a nice introduction. So our topic is we can a campaign of women foresters in Mongolia. So first of all, as you can see here, there is content lines. We have 5 different small parts. First, background, brief information about Mongolia, and then current status of women foresters in our country. And third one is campaign activity from during last 1 year experiences, and then some of their short research results from collected questionnaire survey among participants, members from NGO, and then further steps and cooperation interests. And first of all, the background brief information about Mongolia. And as you can see here, those nice photos. Mongolia is the country that's located in Central Asia, and we are the distinguished than others. We have nomadic lifestyle together with urban settlement style together right now. As you can see, the main photos in up and the middle part. And also many people, they know about Mongolia, about related to our history from 13th century. As you can see, Genghis Khan and his great empire. And also there are some numbers about our territory and the populations. We have 3.48 million population, but we have 66.6 million livestock because of nomadic lifestyle traditionally. And as you can see also, we have forest covered area 18.6 million hectares in the northern part of the Mongolia. And then as well as in this under changing climate, the mean annual air temperature is increasing 2.46, which is far above the global average, more or less increasing aridity. We face a lot of desertification and degradation issues in our country. And the bottom part, different kind of photos shows that different kind of nature zones from south to north, east to west. We have different kind of nature zones like sand dune, Gobi Desert area up to high mountainous zone, and also steppe grassland area to forest mountainous area as well as. So that's it in brief information about Mongolia. And the second part, current status. So we have official 2 main documents that was actually started in 2011. There is a law established, developed in 2011, gender equity law in our state level first. And then 2014, there is a environmental sector gender strategy developed, and that's it. And currently, it can be said that in our equality or gender equity issues or anything, some international organizations as well as some associations, NGOs, they are concerning on that. Not really commonly, but they are concerning on that. And as you can see in the bottom part, these cycle red and blue color shows that female and male population ratio in Mongolian case in 2023. And the second part, I would say is let's say hot point. There are then some numbers with red color that indicated that female specialists or workers working in a different kind of level, and white numbers shows that the males. And one interesting point is you can see there are different numbers, but as you can see these blue array at the upper level, decision making, there are only few number of females working, and it's already male dominated layer up there. But below medium level, we are working more or less 50 by 50% men and females. And also those are different kind of sectors, as you can see, forest user groups in rural and in Ministry of Environment, 30 to 70, and so on. So those are the current status and main numbers, things in our country with our main topic for today. So we are moving now our main highlighting point campaign of partnership activities since 2023. So this is an amazing point, just waking up us in the first sector of the movements. We were organizing successfully our first training seminar in November of 2023. So this is our first gathering and sitting together. How can we work together? How can we making more strong activities that starting from this day, and this activity actually supported from Embassy of Slovenian Embassy from Beijing, and they were supporting us, and actually we were working together and participating. Included some other institutions like Slovenian Forest Institute, Forest Agency of Mongolia, and as well as other associations. We were starting this point, and this is our great starting point, let's say. And just following that, we were organized again. It is also first time for us for mentoring program, 1.5 months mentoring program, including Slovenian forest experts, and 7 of us scientists and researchers, the women, we were working together, and we were delivering all of those information to the local and rural women. So that was successfully organized, and based on these 2 distinguished experiences, we were building up our association that named on First Sustainability and Women. So probably you got some information from the desk in the registration desk, some wooden stops and other things, and there are some brochures, English and Mongolian as well, written down there some information. And this was second part, and just established our NGO, we were continuing our activity. This is one activity for World Forest Day in March. We were organized independently our first activity together, we're sitting together, and including some exhibitions as well, and successfully organized. And then continuing our training seminars and extended for rural and remote areas. And as you can see, the red cycles shows that remote and rural areas in northern part of the Mongolia, and also the Slovenian first experts, they were participated for those activities. We were organized there, and let you show you our training seminars in the rural local area, the northeastern part of the Mongolia, central Mongolia, and western Mongolia, and also northern part of the Mongolia. We were organized in the local and remote level. And then just closing for those all local training seminars, we were organized at the closing seminar at the UB Ulaanbaatar city, the capital city of the Mongolia. And during this seminar, Slovenian President of Slovenia, Dr. Natasha Musar, visited us, and also some of the female ministers from Mongolia, Foreign Affairs and Mongolian Minister of Environment. They were visited us, joining us with this seminar. So that's already state and international level, some one of the activity we were organizing. And just following that, also we have organized another small event under this World Women's Forum that was held in August in Mongolia. So we are quite proud of those activities. Then we can summarize that all of those local training seminars using this colored table, and the green correct mark shows that with this line we are working good, more or less we are doing good with those parts, but with these red question marks we have to do concern on for that. And if there is one searching mark, so we are looking for innovation or road action plan, local action plans we are looking now, and that's it. And it is a summary of all those seminar trainings and our campaigns. And let's move some of the questionnaire survey from all over the Mongolia, and there's some graphic and numbers As you can see here, there is an age distribution, and it can be said that there are not many young people who work in this sector, but there are some differences, the work experiences, as you can see with this bar graph, and also for the occupational part, up to 70% of the local governmental units, they were working, our women, and up to 30% of them works with private level, like companies or private nurseries and so on. And the one interesting point is here, there is income. So there are relatively, we have a quite relatively less or poor income for monthly, and more than 85% of us get less than 600 euros per month in our forestry sector, means poor income, especially for women. So that is one of the hot point. Let's say there are no distinguish in each region by region, they are same more or less. And one more interesting part is in our country, the women foresters, when we are organizing local trainings and asking questions which topic is more valuable and important, they were answering international experiences, good practices. This is, as you can see, those three red arrays, they highlighted for that, so that means we are really ready to learn from you and to learn experiences, knowledge transfers and good experiences. And the second point I wanted to say in here with those two red arrays, what we need to do first. So our people, they were answering us, we need a training specific, we need to improve our capacity, and also we need more networking and partnership. So those are the main things, and specialized which training, which capacity building for what, and there are the two main questions. We can summarize that. Up to 50% of us improve professional capacity building, and secondly, improve business and entrepreneurial skills. So those are two important for the women foresters. And the last question we were addressed to, do we need more specialized gender strategy in the forest sector? They all answered yes, more than 80%. So we need, we are working together right now, so we need more support for policy level through this specific sector gender strategy. And that's it. Now there are last part, further steps and cooperation interest. So here we were lined out 5 things, as you can see, to develop partnership and networks, to extend our network, and the second, education and awareness raising, promoting women leadership, and supporting grassroots movements, bringing up our voices for local level and regional level, as well as international level, especially in the international level, to learning experiences, sharing experiences is one of the important points for us. The concluding remark, I would say, we would say 3 things. So it is time to promote each other, women foresters, under this burning climate and increasing poverty. So this is time. And second, we can a campaign of women foresters in Mongolia, around 500 women foresters gaining and developed network. We are working together through this association named Forest Sustainability and women, and it is really first campaign in Mongolian case, and now other environmental sector women just followed us. They are gathering together, they are really actively starting for everything. It's a good thing. And the third one, we can summarize that we are very often underestimated. So we need to increase inclusive understanding of equality and partnerships to co-create social ecological networks. So it is not a feminist movement, but simply we are working together more visible and more valuable. So this is the third concluding remark, and the final one, we can say that women foresters are stronger together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This really widened our horizon. I think it was also for you interesting to hear how they are developing things in Mongolia, and we really thank you for your presentation. So now we will go to the last presentation in this afternoon session, and Women in Forestry. This organization can be seen also like an umbrella, and in this last presentation we will somehow open that umbrella, and Dagmar Karisch-Girer and Isa Pigan and Ragnhildur Freystein-Dottir. Okay, thank you. They will present the Women in Forestry organization. We already have heard about some words about that organization, and we think that it will be nice to learn more about it, to see how this initiative was born and how it has developed. And we are very happy that this organization can be presented by 3 of 6 founders. So this 4, even 4, yes. So
we have 5 gifts and a 6th one.
The floor is yours.
Thank
Please.
you very much. So Dagmar,
Okay.
as the chairman, let's start.
Okay. In the morning, I told you a few things about what's led to the foundation of WOFO, and now we're going a little bit more into details. Yes.
It's Raga.
So my introduction was actually through the Polish Forest Women's Association. We did a little project with them, and I heard about this great conference that was being held in Austria. Online, technically, you can see the date, you know what's going on in the world at the time. So we attended this great conference and got to talking and chatting and saw that we had lots of stuff in common. And that sort of planted a seed that, you know what, we're learning a lot from each other. We would like to continue to learn more from each other. So maybe we should try to do something more. Use the connections that we were making at this conference and expand on it. And that brought forth the idea of maybe we should join up our network somehow, because we are collaborations. Some of us already collaborating internationally. We could sort of, we came with our little umbrella with our organizations. Maybe we could expand it a little bit.
Yeah. And in fact, some parallel projects and activities appear in the same time. Fem2forests project and Polish project Equal Chances in Forestry, which Raga was a partner, and we also had a partner from Norway. It shows us that there is a lot of female organizations in forestry, or women organizations in forestry. We deal with the same problems. We talk about the same situations. And we work separately. So why? Why not to join forces? Why not to open the umbrella and make a big network, worldwide network? Well, it happened in pandemic times. So it was one online conference and the next online conference in Danube region, which was very impressive. I remember it. It was really, really interesting and full of technology. And later were smaller meetings when we met online, and in Vienna it was our first face-to-face meeting. Who of you remember when it was?
It was in April, I guess. You know, we started 1 year before, and we just knew each other from online meetings, and I think it's really interesting what can be a result of even such a quite loose connection at the beginning. And this meeting in Vienna was somehow really special. We had some online participants and 4 of us were sitting in a room in Vienna. That was the point of founding the organization, where we had to talk not only about that we were doing something together, but to get into details. We were talking about our vision, about organizational structures, because you need a framework for all this stuff. We were talking about membership fees, how to get members and so on. So we really got into the hard work. And I'm also working in some committees in forestry in Austria, and usually these committees are very male-dominated. And therefore I know how these committees work, especially if you want to do anything together with other ones. It's mainly about having influence, who can tell the other ones what to do. It's not really about cooperation usually, but it's more about being more important than other ones. That's what I'm used to. And therefore I thought, it usually takes really, really long. Within the first 2 hours, everybody is saying, who am I? And how many members do I represent and so on? And then maybe you start working, and then you have to go into the evening, and on the next day you're going on to work. And that was the reason why I made the reservation for this room in Vienna for a day and a half. And then we started on the first day, I guess, at 9. We had a very nice evening before.
Yeah, and about 9? Yeah. We started probably about 9 and finished?
We finished at 3 in the afternoon at the same day, and we had everything. We had our goals, we had our mission, we had our vision.
It was just
we talked about membership fees and so on, and we had the framework we wanted to have and we needed to have within less than 8 hours. I really hadn't expected that from my experiences, but as you can see, Isa in full motion and in full mood of working. That's due to the very, very pragmatic way to work together. Isa, for example, is great in structuring things. From Nick and me, we are also there. We are rather the quick ones and this. But maybe we are not that much into detail. But Lesia was also there from Ukraine.
Show yourself.
Yes. She's our woman for details. And Naga is in between somehow, or also quite Nordic, slim, oriented. And Marian brought some German, what is it? Deutsche Gründlichkeit?
She's our young blood.
Yes. So it's a kind of quite good mixture we have when we work in this committee, but this picture shows it perfectly.
Okay, let's move to the next conference, and it was inside, so we could meet each other. It was a big event. Here you can see Dagmar, and who of you wants to share some thoughts or memories? Yeah, here is Nike. Me again. But it was Raga's.
Yeah, so most of the pictures I took after the pandemic, it was so nice to see in full figure the ladies that I have been seeing on my screen for months on end, and seeing them in person, and also just attending a conference. I was just talking to somebody earlier here today. I've attended because I'm the international outreach person in my office. I've attended a lot of forestry meetings, and like you probably all know, I mean, there's been meetings where I've been the only woman. Like, hi, I'm the minority here. So for me to come to this conference, and yeah, there were a few guys there, but majority of women, and the discussions are different, the interactions are different, and it was just such a huge sort of relief after being cooped up in the pandemic, being able to go outside and meet all these sort of lovely ladies and talk to them and learn from each other. And for me also, coming from a country with a 2% forest cover, it's really nice coming to Austria and seeing forests.
You will also see Maren in a few minutes, I guess. here, for example, yeah. So this was the moment we announced the idea of WOFO. It was in fact our first picture as a future board of WOFO, and we have the same trees just now today. Where is mine? Here? Yeah. And I guess we will keep them forever. Our historic self. But it's not the end. The evening, it was a presentation, big presentation, lots of versions of logo, and our first newsletter, and the leaflet informing. And Bled, it was the moment when the association was registered. Yeah, so you can also say some words because you were there.
Yes, we did the registration in Austria, as it is quite easy to have an association registered in our country. And I guess from the first idea until we realized it and were really formally accepted, it was about 1.5 years maybe. Yeah. We only met, I guess, 6 times maybe, and the whole thing was gone. And now we are really an official member of forestry, as we can say. We're not a loose network. We don't not only know each other, but now we are an association. In the meantime, we have, I guess, more than 1,000 members altogether, because we all represent different numbers of women who are behind us. We have already 4 existing networks in WOFO, the German Forest Fund, the Polish Women in Forestry. I really cannot say that in Polish.
Stowarzyszenie Kobiet Lasu.
We have the Icelandic Women in Forestry, I also can do that. Go one corner. And we have the Austrian Forest Fund. We have Ukraine. And what's going on in Ukraine?
I think I will speak about it later, but you know, for me, it was 2022. We met on April 1st. It was just 2 months after the war started in Ukraine. And I said, oh my goodness, can I make this trip? Is it most important in the agenda now in my country? But I was kind of thinking about the future. I know that we have powerful women, and I was very pleased and honored to be part of the board, and also not having a female association in Ukraine yet, but being included to this international movement, and we will keep going.
And the first here is behind us, so.
Yeah, on the picture before, you see Switzerland and Iceland, and I think that's a good picture for how international we are and how good we can connect. And also today, so you can all get a feeling of it. So this was our first official General Assembly in Poland. And there we were officially, yeah, so the board was official then. So yeah, first meeting, and today is the second one. And yeah, we were a bit small last year, but I think it was a really good start. And we had also some online participants. Yeah, and afterwards we had some forest bathing, the first time, I think, for all of us, and we were all really impressed how good it was. For me, it was really hard to not think that I'm working, because forest was work, but also it was really good to reflect that. Yeah.
Here we are taking a bath in the forest. Yes, it's something completely different than being a forester. You know, for me it was the first time I tried it, so I can recommend. But a few of us were present also in Krakow. Magda, show yourself, you were there. Yeah, she's also our young blood. It's one of the youngest members in Polish Association, and the youngest member of advisory board in our.
But then, can you leave this picture in the forest? So you see that's going to happen when you're joining WOFO, you're getting new experiences. Forest, not only forest bathing, that was new for us. So for the next meeting, you have a new challenge. We need something new to do here. So we also had some speeches, and we were working together, and we were having also our first General Assembly in Poland. This evening we have the second one. So, and what else did we do in WOFO? I guess in the morning I didn't tell you what the aim of WOFO really is, except connecting people. We want to connect, of course, existing networks, but we want to also support the creation of new networks. So, for example, in Ukraine, there is no network until now. In Slovenia, Slovenia is also waiting, so please feel free to think about it today or tomorrow. And as we all have kind of experience with networks from women in forestry, we are really, really here to support new networks in countries where we don't have existing networks. But we also want to make women visible, we want to make women heard, audible, and we want to support our members by informing them. We had online talks, as you saw before. Maybe you can go back a little bit. Thank you. We have these online talks 2 or 3 times per year. They have, on the one hand, the aim to inform our members about forestry in our countries, about what's going on in the different networks. But we also want to create new plans for WOFO in these online talks. We will have another one, I guess, this November.
Yeah.
We also had until now 2 newsletters to share what's going on in WOFO, but also what's going on among the members.
And we are young, not very big, but we are ambitious. We are reaching high, so this year we were present at UFRO World Congress, gathering more than 400 people from all over the world. And big part of the UFRO events, presentations, sessions were devoted to gender equality, to women in forestry, and we were also present with our country or national association, as well as with the WOFO as an umbrella network. And we have members from all over the world, we can say, because from Iceland to Africa. And if you are interested, you can be a member of our network as an individual member, or when you are in an association as a usual member, because the main idea is to connect networks and associations and informal loose networks too. Now it's a time for experiment. We are not very familiar with modern technologies, but we will try. So, if you scan this QR code, probably you will be able to make some sentences and to show us, to send us a message. What do you expect, or what do you wish for WOFO? What is your vision of worldwide women cooperation? Let's start, and it should work automatically. It was promised. Does it work or not?
That works.
Yes. So let's go like this.
Can you make it bigger?
No, you have to
stand up and come on.
I cannot do anything more with it. I'm sorry. It's the limit of my technical. Oh.
It worked. Great. So you see how WOFO works. We try things, we try new things, hope that they work, and we're really happy if they work. And That's how we are going to grow. You see, the words are the bigger, the more often they are mentioned. So networking is, I guess, the essential keyword for us. Maybe what I forgot, what's our latest offer for our members? We want to enhance the personal exchange among our members. So if somebody, for example, wants to go to Iceland to see the thousands of trees you are planting in Iceland, they can write an email to the Fem2fo office and we will see what, or I will see, that's the same of course in Austria. We will see what we can do to help you. For example, we can assist you in organizing a field trip, in meeting you, in getting into contact with other people in forestry. So that's our youngest baby, I can say.
I look at the sentences and thank you for hot guys.
You know, just for the few men in here, I don't know how the other networks are doing it, but the Austrian Forest Club, for example, also have main members, because we say everybody who is supporting our goals and our aims and what we are doing is, for example, of course, welcome to be a member. So my husband is, of course, a member. But he was one of the latest, I have to admit that. But we have, I guess we are about 170 and we have about 10 little members. So, to reach the aim of hot guys, please, we feel invited.
So let's open the umbrella and invite all of us.
So that's the umbrella so far.
Yeah. And we have invited.
Yes.
Under the umbrella.
The physical umbrella is a little bit small, but the virtual umbrella of Fem2fo is much bigger, of course.
But you know,
it
will grow.
So, thank you, and we hope to see you all at the next Fem2fo meeting. We could announce it now, Raga, it's yours.
Yeah.
Yes, so the meeting for Fem2fo in 2025 is going to be in Iceland. You might start from saving up for the trip yet. Iceland is not known for being cheap or very economical, but we will do our best to provide an interesting meeting, show you our forests. We do have them, even close to the capital area. And you're all welcome to join. We're aiming for the middle of October. And if you join Fem2fo, you will get further information in our newsletter.
And I think next year, when we will choose the future place for the next General Assembly, I think it would be good practice to present. Yeah, okay, that can be, but we can present the place and attractions maybe in the next General Assembly, yeah?
Yes, of course. Yep.
So, thank you very much. Yes.
Yes. So, thank you, ladies. And now it's the end of the session, so we can have some questions. Now we had a little bit movement with this one, the last one, but what we saw in this presentation is actually different initiatives developed in different ways. Germany, in Mongolia, and now internationally. And I think also with the slide, it was clear that it is very important, these initiatives of cooperation are important because they are bringing us together. And I think that if we were talking today, during the whole day, about this, that we are underrepresented, I think that now we can see that through these associations, we can come together, we can work together, and it's much easier than to be visible also. So, but I will give the floor to you if you have any questions, any ideas. I think that all three cases were interesting, how they developed and why they developed in different countries. So, any idea, questions, remarks about this? I know that it's afternoon, but still, please, Leslie.
My name is Lesia Lojko, I'm coming from Ukraine. I'm a co-founder and director of an NGO called Forza. We work for 15 years, and I would like to, it was a surprise that the association in Germany is already 30 years old. Yeah. So I would like to ask not Mara, but the more experienced colleague, what would you suggest to female foresters in a country that they don't have association yet? What they should start with?
Well, I think it's a good idea to start with young women, for example, students. They're curious. They are yes, they can meet in the virtual world. Yes, it's easier, and they have their whole life in front, so they are very they want to change something. So, and I think they could join together and have ideas how to work together.
Thank you very much. Mara, you would like to add?
Yeah, I think maybe to add, just start at the easiest part, maybe meet with the people you already know, announce it officially, and then maybe some people join, and or even online if it's easier. So yeah, just start with what you have, and yeah.
More will come.
Sorry?
More will come.
Yeah, and more will hopefully come. So that's how Wogo also started. So some people met, and more people joined.
And I would just add a question then to our colleagues from Mongolia, because they started with the association actually very fast. So what was actually, how hard it was to start with this movement, and how hard it was actually to gather the women in your case, because you were very effective and you surprised, I think, all of us to be able to establish the association and this in so short time. So this is,
Thank you for interesting questions. We showed in the presentation, we started with our association, and it actually started with one training organized in cooperation with Dr. Miki. So during that time, we actually met with lots of women foresters from the country, which we didn't know. So we thought that, okay, we need to have some official association if we want to have systematic approach to this networking. And we started discussing about it, and then we moved to the mentorship program. But that mentorship program was established based on the network, our existing network, colleagues. We did research in the past together, and the people we worked in the university together. So we said that, okay, would you like to share your expertise to the younger generation or the rural women? And they volunteered to become mentors. Then from there we established the association. So I would say that before establishing the association officially, maybe it is very good to reach out to the larger audience and then see where are the dots you could connect as a network. And then from there, you could look into the regional manager or regional leaders potentially. That's how you form the structured association based on our experience.
Thank you. And then I will ask also the ladies from Catalonia, because I know that they are trying to establish something, and maybe where are you and what are maybe the barriers that you are facing. I don't know who wants to answer from the ladies. I'm challenging you a little bit.
Hello, I'm Francesca from Catalonia, it's Barcelona, and we are beginning to create something, but we don't know what to create because we are only in the beginning. We met in Barcelona and we meet 120 owners, women owners, So was very surprised because we didn't hope that will be a success. And after that, we only meet, yes, 20 women owners to create association. But in Catalonia, the forest is not very successful with wood. We don't get money from the forest. So it's difficult create an association for why? Yes, because if forests don't get money, why women people why working in other jobs, maybe economists, maybe teachers, why they must create an association and lost their time creating something for what is. And this is the question that I have to you. Yes, if we are not working directly in the forest, why we need to create network communication and all these things? What can we do? What can we do? Which is our mission, our objective? Why are we doing these things? And I like that you help us to answer these questions, yes, because when we try to motivate the other owners to create something, what can we do? What can say them? Why are creating this?
Okay, that's a challenge, and Maren is
So I would say you can create something if you have a need. And if there are more than 100 women interested, there is a need. So maybe that's the first answer. And what you can offer is several things, I think. So I know in Austria there are several trainings for forest owners, and also especially for female forest owners. And one thing that comes in my mind is, for example, chainsaw courses only for women. So that could be one thing, and yeah.
I would add a few words. When we started thinking about WOFO, I consulted it also with other umbrella organizations, and I heard from the former head of PFC, go as broad as possible. So it is not, in your case, I would see it not only for forest owners, for people who are connected, or women who are connected to forestry. Yeah. So you can connect researchers, owners, workers, forest service. All women can share their experiences, their point of view, their knowledge. Yeah. So each can benefit of each others. Yeah. So later you can work on sections, etc. Yeah? But I would try to invite all people who are interested and who are connected.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. We have
sorry, I just is a broad thought into my mind. For example, we in Austria we have our network for women, and it's not limited to women with a forest education, but it's open to everyone who has a connection to forestry. For example, our treasurer is a tax accountant, tax consultant, and we have trainers, we have very different professions, and that means that we have resources. So it's perfect to have a treasurer who is a tax consultant. And if you want to have a communication training, for example, we know how to ask. And then we have a female forest owner. She owns a forest. She's a communication trainer. She knows the problems women have in forestry. So I needn't explain very much to her when I say we need a training. So getting very broad means that you have you can use a lot of resources. That's yes. And you need to pay maybe, or not that much as for a foreign trainer.
Okay, we have another question behind.
Maybe you have already considered that or done that, I don't know, but seeing as you already have some contacts who were interested at this meeting, why don't you ask them what they would want from such a network? You collect all of the ideas, then sit together and see what you can do from that. Because I mean, we can now brainstorm and think what you might want to do, but probably the ones who know best what they need or what would motivate them to join such a network are already connected to you. That's what I would say.
Thank you. And then I have to challenge myself also, because our problem is that we will have an association in Slovenia and we don't have it yet. So that's my task, to the next conference, to bring the women, because there are some very active women also in forestry sector, and we have to sit together and also do something in Slovenia. That's, I think, that our task to do as an experience one in forestry. Okay, then, yes, one more question. Okay, let's do it, and then we go to the last part. Okay, we will have a little bit with the translation.
Yes, I will translate.
Okay.
Here in Ukrainian language.
Yes. She will translate.
It would be good to hear what problems have you faced, what challenges when you came to creation of the association. All who have had association can answer. Did you have problems? Did you have challenges? And how did you solve them? And how are these women networks or women associations treated by male colleagues in the country? So the experience that is
the last part is to me. So this will be for the existing associations, first Austria, Poland, and then we have also Mongolia, Germany and Mongolia. But short one, because otherwise we will
I know, we have 10 minutes. Yes.
Yeah.
It's easy to answer. At the beginning, nobody really noticed except the ones who are directly involved. So nobody cared about that. And when our male colleagues realized that something was going on, they first asked me, "Oh, did we do any harm to you? Why are you doing that?" And I said, "You did nothing. They really did nothing to us. They didn't any harm to us. We only founded a network because we wanted to have a kind of safe space where we were not the only woman. That's everything we wanted to have. But in the beginning, they were a little bit suspicious, I could say that, but not really nasty. They were just eyeing at us. But for about 10 years, they kind of ignored us. But then we realized that they realized that we were gaining influence because we had the luck that we had some women in there who advanced really steep in their career. When the first firm were founded, they were at the beginning of their career, and they advanced, and they stayed members, and they made us more influential. And then after about 10 years, we realized that we were invited to be part of committees because they said, we want to have this association in our committee because you represent the female forest owners, the female workers, and so on. So and nowadays, it's kind of good tone to have the first phone in committees. And now we really feel well accepted in Austrian forestry.
Thank you. Poland.
I have a funny thing. You know the witches, yeah? And witches Sabbath. They come on the broomstick, they're on the broom, yeah, and they bowl something in the big pot. So this is the imagination of my colleagues. We just fly for Sabbath. So believe me, I'm here with my broom.
Now German and Mongolian.
So first of all, they ignored us, then they were suspicious, and then they were generous, which is even worse. Ignore, suspicious, and then generous, like, oh, don't see.
How many women do you
represented all. But now it's like, okay, they are there. We have to deal with them, and why don't they accept male members? We don't, because we want to have our female space, our safe space for us. And if we want to meet with men, there's always an opportunity to do so.
Thank you.
For us, the biggest challenge was to find a volunteer to start contributing at the beginning. Because when we wanted to establish the association, it was basically just 2-3 of us, and we needed more people. And we reached out to the people who had potential to be in the association, but like in the presentation, women needs 3 times to be asked, right? So they were telling that, oh, maybe I don't have time, I don't know what to do. So we always say that you think a little bit, we will call you in 2 days. So in the beginning, that was the biggest challenge, and also from the mayor colleagues, we had a parliament election last summer. So they were jokingly telling that, are you going to establish a women foresters party so that you go to the election? Something like that. So then we convinced some people, but we wanted to have different representation of the age groups. But the younger generation were the hardest to convince, but they were not seeing it to be very beneficial to them because it was not contributing economically. They were going to give lots of times and stuff. So we said that, okay, you try half a year being a board member with us and work, and see if you don't like, we could also change it. But now they love it, and also at the end now, lots of people are telling that we want to be the member of their organization. So yeah, the hardest part was to start with the volunteering in the board.
Okay. Now I think we will go to the last part, because there will be really a discussion. We have six panelists, and I will give the floor to Dagmar. She will be leading the discussion, and we will keep the chairs here so that we can. Yep. So we have Alina Chipan, sorry, from Eger Enterprise from Romania. Then Ragen, I will not try to say the whole name, I hope that we heard before. From Iceland, Isa Pigan from Poland. They say again America from Belgium. Bulgaria, sorry, almost good, from Mongolia. Alenka Bozole from Slovenia.
Yeah, dober večer.
And Lesja Volko from Ukraine. And I will give the microphone, and we will. Who will be the first one?
I guess the first question is for everybody. Today we heard a lot of kind of national experiences, but you're all as a person working in forestry, so we would be interested in hearing from you what's your personal point of view of the sector in your position, and did you realize or notice any change in the national development or in your position, your department where you're working during the last years? Is going to start?
Okay. Hello, my name is Vicky. I'm from the Forest Sustainability and Women NGO of Mongolia. I am working in the forest sector over 20 years. So the personal experience is as a bachelor student, our class had about 80% women students. But when I started going for like research expeditions, And at work, many times I was sitting alone, woman, amongst many men, and that was like 25 years ago. And it took, I think, a very long road to come at where we are in Mongolia now. But I think we did more in last 1 year than a couple of decades, or maybe in the history of modern forestry sector in Mongolia, because we were a socialist country, so this current system is basically more than 30 years. So we are trying to manage our forests differently, and it was very challenging. So gender issue was largely neglected. So last year, when we started talking about gender issues, then we also realized that unnecessarily, like we ourselves were also part of ignoring the gender issues. I mean, we knew there were lots of discriminations, but we thought it's something we have to put through. So we just kept on going. But then we started looking at it and we thought that, okay, this is a time to change, and the younger generation and the others are not supposed to go through what we did, so that it's faster for them to come at where the other countries are and on this issue. So we already see the change, but we also think there are a lot to be done. But the most important thing is that we started spreading the message, not only to the people in forestry, also to the public. So we can see the difference even on the news, that forestry women are uniting, and the message we conveyed during some of the meetings are picked up by the national broadcasting channel, and it is distributed to the public. So we see that changes are happening in a positive direction. Thank you.
Alina Kifan. Usually at the international meetings, everybody calls me Chiffon, so I'm fine with it. Thank you. But on short, I'm Marina. I'm commercial director in EGER, Romania. EGER is a big company. It's a group formed by 22 plants worldwide, in presence in 11 countries, and with more than 11,000 employees, and we are active in the wood industry. Therefore, linked to the forestry as a sector, we are on the same chain, let's say. About the microphone does not work, now it works. And about my experience, so I am in EGER for 17 years already, and before this, so 17 years in the EGER team, and for 7 years I'm a director of the plant in the woods. We are 5 directors, and I'm one of them, and I have another woman colleague. Therefore, out of 5 colleagues, 2 are women. Therefore, it's a good mixture, I would say. 7 years ago, men believed in me, actually, and I'm grateful for this, because that was the share then. And I didn't believe that I can take over this big responsibility as being part of the top management team. But I'm grateful for this, and I remember my first experience in a group event, a top management event, with 200 colleagues in top management, out of which only 4 or 5 were women. So it was really scary for me. Back at that time, I was like 33 years old, you know, oh my God, what is wrong here? Something is wrong. But now at the last event we had, we were already 5 times more women. And we also took the opportunity to do a picture in front of all the rest of the men. You know, it was not, it was by surprise, and they really were standing and making, you know, applauding us for this. So they were really proud of the achievement. But I think as my colleagues all these days, and I congratulations for all the speakers. You were really good with a lot of data and a lot of information and valuable information. It is a progress. I hope it will not take us 150 years until we are in a good positioning, but I think it's a positive trend and we are on the right direction. But of course there are a lot of other measures that we still have to take and to act.
So my name is Ragnhildur Freysteinsdóttir. I'm called Raka for short, and I'll answer to that. My presentation is a little bit different to a lot of other audience here because I come from a country that ranks very highly in equality measures. I come from a country where the forestry sector is very young. It's just over a century old, so we don't have the same entrenched, like we have no images of lumberjacks existing in Icelandic history. You know, we didn't have any forest to fell, we did that here, centuries ago. So the forest in my country is about building up a forest. And we also have a very strong history of when we had the women's strike back in 1975. I participated as a baby, but still. And so, for me, we don't face some of the same issues as a lot of you do, because we don't have the same entrenched stereotypes in forestry, just because our forestry is such a young sector and still developing. So actually, when the idea of founding Skógarkonur for Forestry in Iceland came about, some of the first questions we got was like, do we need it? Is it necessary? Like, isn't everything just fine here? And we sat down and thought about it and was like, you know what? We might not be facing some of these sort of same big issues as other countries have, but we still have them. Even, for example, in my work, I have a male boss, which is fine, lovely man. And we have meetings regularly at our office. We are an umbrella organization for local forestry association. We get lots of guests coming in, they get served coffee and tea, and who gets asked to make the coffee and tea? The women in the office. That's just classic. If we have vets outside where we're serving food, who's serving up the food? It's the ladies in the sector. So there's lots of little things, and even for a country like mine, which has, rights, we have supported the first nationally elected female president, we had a female bishop, we have scored very highly a lot of equality measures, we still have these gender stereotypes. And for me, I've now been working in the forestry sector for 19 years, and I've seen little changes. For example, the entire forestry sector in Iceland arranges a conference each year, General Forestry Conference. 5 years ago, we had the situation where, almost all the presenters and talkers, speakers were male. Nobody's on issue with it. Today, people see an issue with it. Today, they were like looking at, okay, guys, even men that are organized were like, okay, guys, we need to have more women presenting and giving statements. And that, for me, is progress.
Hello, I come from Poland, and when I count, I'm working or entering the forestry since for 30 years, I can believe. But when I started, I was one of 10 female students, and the other part of our year were 100, exactly 100 of men. Now, when we come to the forest faculty, there is sometimes even 50-50, so full equality, yeah? What more, women are better students than men, and it is based on evidence, not just talking, yeah? But when you come to the state forest, we have 30% of female employees, but very few on managerial positions. And I observed the increase of female entering forestry, entering the state forest, but the glass ceiling is stable. So since I asked first time for the data, it was 15 years ago, the share of female of managerial positions, these basic managerial positions, is the same. 2 up to 3 persons. 2 up to 3, I will show. 2, 3. So against 30% of women employed in the state forest. So there is some positive trend, but the glass ceiling has to be broken.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Alenka Verbole. I come from Slovenia. I am so happy to see a full room of women who are actually engaged in forestry or interested in forestry. It's fantastic to see so many women dedicated to this issue. I have many years ago studied agriculture. I have studied agriculture together with people who studied forestry. There were not many women students studying at that time forestry, and even less of them found employment in the forestry sector. I think Slovenia today has about 14% of foresters, if I'm not wrong. Although women own 25% of forests, so huge difference. I also own forest, which I almost never see. And after today, I think I will visit my forest and see what I can do with it. So, but why am I here? I have worked for the Food and Agriculture Organization as a Gender and Development Officer. And what part of my job was also to empower women in agriculture, rural development and forestry. And we have worked with women in 44 countries, including most of the countries that you come from. And it was amazing to see the difference. I mean, we should not forget that there are many stakeholders that are engaged in forestry. So women are not only owners, they are also workers on the state farms. And for me, the forestry is an opportunity for women. So it's not only about additional income generation, it's not about stewardship of land, the transfer of knowledge that you have about herbs, plants, mushrooms, berries, ways of planting, and the positive developments that I see is that gender is more and more discussed also in the framework of forestry. It's very important to empower yourselves. So I really enjoyed some of the questions I have heard earlier. So like, you know, how did men behave when you started the association, or what should we do? So for me today, the biggest challenge is how to get more women in decision-making in the forestry sector. So how to empower them, how to build their capacities, how to give them a self-assurance that they can do it. So I think this is very important. And I think it's also important when your countries are drafting different plans like agriculture policy, rural development policy, that you make sure that forestry and women are in that plan. Thank you.
You probably heard Lesya Loiko. I'm coming from Ukraine, and I'm not from the forestry sector, and I don't have the forestry education, but still I'm leading an NGO called Forsa, and the name comes from Forest Zakarpattia, the region where we live, and we work a lot, already for 15 years, with the foresters in Ukraine. I will not dive so deep what was 20 years ago. I would like to say you like 3 facts about the changes in the Ukrainian forest sector in the last 3 years, let's say. So we shall remember that for the moment, the State Forests of Ukraine, I think, is the biggest enterprise in the forestry sector in the whole Europe. They are managing 6.5 million hectares of forest. As in other countries, there are not so many women still, and many men. I think for changes to happen, it's important to have enabling conditions. So when we speak about enabling conditions, we mean often legislative things, yes? So I would like to mention here the forest strategy of Ukraine till 2035, and first time it includes 2 strategic goals that are related to gender. I'm proud that these were the proposals of my organization, and so right now I would like to word it as it is. One of the strategic goals is applying a gender-oriented approach, and the second one, creating a safe and comfortable working environment for both men and women. That's first. Second, it's a collective agreement I would like to mention. I don't know, is it widespread in your countries to have an agreement between employer and employee that kind of improves the conditions in different aspects, like, I don't know, payment, recruiting and stuff like that. So also first time, and this collective agreement is now for 2023-2025, it has a whole section about gender equality and what, how the employers can improve the conditions for females or for women working in the sector. Is it enough? It's good that we have it, but it's still not enough. So the third fact that I would like to mention is just an initiative that started maybe a few months ago. Is about it is called Female Forestry Leaders. So they are highlighted on the Facebook, on the website of the state forests, successful women that are successful on their forestry positions. So I think these changes are good, but not enough.
Yeah, my name is Alexandra Sieber. I come from Austria. And I'm a teacher in the forestry school. It's a unique school. It's the only school where you can get your final exams and go to university. So all the foresters, all the young people who come to our school are connected. All the students in my school are connected. They are the foresters of Austria, their fathers, mostly their fathers. When I came into the school, I had a little shock because I worked in an almost all-female school for kindergarten teachers. And in this school, I was valued as a teacher. Language was a valuable part of teaching. In this school, in the forestry school, language was not important. Also, women were not so very important. Role models were the men. They were influential, they were powerful, they were interconnected, networked together. But a lot has changed. I started 20 years ago. There were only a few girls. And now we have, instead of 5% of girls, we have 16% girls. There are many girls in each class. They are not unique anymore, they are not special anymore, they are part of the culture, and they feel they have the same responsibilities and they have the same opportunities, really. So I think we are on a very good way. I think change always needs a long time. We need time that change can take place.
Thank you. I think that we can say things are changing. They are not changing really fast, I guess, but they are changing. But that leads me to the next question, but I will ask only a few of you. This conference is also about changing the image of forestry and changing the framework in forestry. So, if I may address you, what do you think, what would you like to wish, which actions should be taken to change the framework to make the sector more attractive to women and also maybe change the image of forestry?
Thank you for the question. So first I would like to start with some figures about the company first, Egger, because there is a difference between East and West a little bit. For example, in Egger Group, currently we have 17% women, yeah, out of the full team, 11,000 employees, and in management position, 19%. Where in Romania, for example, we are with the management teams with women at around 33%. So it is a big gap. And to compare it a little bit, because it's Germany in front of me, to compare it a little bit, usually Germany is below the average of the group in terms of women in both management positions and also overall. And what we do maybe in Poland better a little bit, because in Poland we also have better figures, just like Romania in Egger. I think we do more communication. This is one thing. We are open, and I think this is something that we have to do also for the future. Egger just signed this year the Women Empowerment Principles. So this is a commitment also for the group, and it brings awareness that we have to increase the women share, that we have to have more mixed teams, because this will bring us diversity, creativeness, and innovations. And this is like a fact, because we do have better success and success stories inside the mixed teams than only women and also only men, because I suppose and I believe that cooperation is the key. Even though at first we have to go maybe alone, because we will be faster and we will represent ourselves better, but maybe in the future, few years from now, we should also think that we have to team up. And this is a measure that we need to take. And what we do have actively and what we do have initiated is networks, just like also you mentioned. We have a female leadership circle. We do think about the kids of the women. This is an important thing because I have 2 kids. So for example, for me, the summer school this summer really helped me. And this is the same for my colleagues. Also, we think about the women clothing, so equipment. This is another thing. A few years ago, there was an only type of equipment in the plant, and that was a standard one. Yes, unisex, yes. But it was large for women, it did not fit. And now we had already 3 years since we have a very nice women equipment, and we are very proud of wearing it outside the plant, so we are not ashamed. So I believe communication is an answer, sharing information, being open with each other, and go with respect from now on.
Thank you very much. Alexandra Siever, as you're coming from a different route, somehow from a different school, or you were coming at least, how do you see this sector with, now that you know both sides? What could it make more attractive for young girls?
I think a lot of girls who have started attending the school have paved the way. We have now role models, female role models. I think that's really important to see that there are successful women in the world of forestry, and they can interconnect in clubs like you started with WOFO, and they can internationally interact. They see that women also have chances in this world and are accepted. What you said about children, having children, I think this is the biggest problem in our world, that women are supposed to care for the children. I think children have parents, and parents both have to do their share. And of course, women breastfeed their babies for the first 10 months. Why not stay at home with the child? And why not have the men stay at home for the next 10 months? Then, only then, I think, will the cycle stop, that women cannot get good jobs because women will stay at home with their kids. When it is normal that men also stay at home at the same time, then we will have an equal world. Otherwise, money is always the problem. If the man earns more money, of course she will stay at home. We have to break the cycle somehow.
Thank you very much. I guess there was a variety of possible solutions, and with that comes a variety of fields where we can work on. And as we also mentioned, networks are a way to improve the situation for women. In Mongolia, we have a quite young association. Which actions do you see as the most important ones in the near future for your network, for example?
So for the networking, the most important one was to organize some outreach activities. It could be through the social media or just the general media. Sometimes like a generation over 60, they are not very experienced with the social media. Then they are the ones who are watching TV and news a lot. So if you can also reach out to them, sometimes they are really good source of information in the society. So they are very good supporters of the new policy. So we can engage different forms of media to outreach to the society. And another thing we thought was also to target people who are not also in forestry, because everyone who are in the forestry are aware of now, for example, our activities. But we also want to include more people because we don't want to be isolated as a sector, because the whole society needs to know that there is a gender equity and diversity and inclusion discussion is strongly going on. And if we have very good social background, then we can build on that as a sector, and not only us, also maybe the other sector will benefit from that. So for that networking, I would say the most important thing is to have outreach activities, and that can be accessible by different generations, different forms.
Thank you very much. And the microphone goes to Alenka, please, because you're a kind of professional lobbyist. What do you think about the potential influence of networks? What can they do to be more effective to support the position of women in forestry?
Thank you for this question. I mean, actually, the things that I'm doing now, I'm at the moment affiliated with the Women's Lobby of Slovenia, which is kind of lobbying organization. And we support and train people to network, so women. For me, it was very interesting, the question that our colleague from Catalonia asked. So how do you have all these excited women excited, they want to do something. So what do you do? And I like very much the comment from the back, you know, you bring them together, you do kind of brainstorming exercise, but you need to have a plan. You can't go in an empty room without a plan, okay? So you need a plan. And the plan is you want to use all this energy to promote gender equality in the forestry sector, and you want to empower women working in the forestry sector. So I think it's very important to kind of feel the group, if you want, and then develop a vision. And again, I also think it's very important that you have a backup. So in a sense of women in forestry have very similar problems like rural women, farm women, and there's been a lot of work done already, so you can benefit from what has been done. Also, a lot of issues are very similar. I mean, we are talking usually women are marginalized, they have less rights than men, less rights than women in general population, so you can build all on that. And you can start with very simple things like agreeing, I don't know, to ensure that all the women working in forestry have access to health services. This is usually an issue. Or that they have the same payment as men working in forestry. Or the women may be concerned about the health of the forests, about the income. So you need to identify the main topic of interest. So there are different ways. And once you have a network, of course, you need to network. So this is the key issue. And that means, I think, forums like this are very important, but also reaching out to different stakeholders, to policymakers, to forestry associations. I mean, I was just reading, in Slovenia, for example, we have a Chamber of Agriculture and Forestry. It's an NGO, and they were the ones who have formed a women's group. So the initiative came from a top-down, actually. It didn't come from a bottom-up, like in the cases where you are talking. And I think this is an advantage. So it's very important when talking about networking to think like working at 3 levels, if you want. At the micro level, at the level of your association and direct women's needs. Then kind of being an intermediary between employers, between the different other associations, and last but not least, like my colleague here said from Ukraine, you need to think also about how you can influence politics and policy, how you can bring in change so that it will favor women. And also, I mean, basically, what we are really talking about here today is about mainstreaming gender in forestry in different aspects. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We are coming to the end of discussion, and the last round will be a very, very short one. I ask each of you, just for 1 sentence, your key message for the future of women in forestry. 1 sentence, Lesia.
Okay, 1 sentence.
Then was it?
Yeah. We don't have 286 years to close the gender gap. We don't have 154 years to close it. So, and I think this is obvious for everyone who is here. I think we need to live with a message that we need to persuade others to make the change. And we are here with a big delegation of 19 foresters from Ukraine. And I think what positive influence this event or being here is that they are more and more thinking about the association and asking the questions. This means probably next time we meet with a Ukrainian Forestry Association. It was a bit more, but thank you very much.
You think that we can make lots of sentences and between it.
Okay, my 1 sentence is no future without women in forestry.
Well, I'm back to the wish comparison. So we are all on Sabbath. Let's brew the equity potion.
Equity potion.
Yes, yes.
A lot of what we're dealing with is that we have been cultured into not taking up the same space as the men think they're entitled to. And I'd like to quote a very famous cosmetic brands. We are deserving of the space because we're worth it.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Wow. Powerful things. I had a lot of ideas, but just to put it short, I believe that we all bear the responsibility to do better, to do more, to be more visible, to be ambassadors and role models for the future generations, and to also share the knowledge we have and to cooperate with each other, with NGOs, with the industries, with the forestry, with the schools, with the university, all of us. And cooperation is always the key and the answer, in my opinion. A lot of success to all of us.
So my 1 sentence would be, diversity is their strength, and resilient forestry means mixed forest and diverse sector.
Well, I would say, women, let's focus on what is already working well and continue with that.
So ladies, thank you very, very much. So it means, I guess, to make it short, we're doing what women are always doing. You're standing up, going out and do the best you can. Thank you.
Just now. Just now. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we are nearly to the end. Thank you, ladies. Do you have your group? Yeah, we have just another thing to go through. And this is the announcement for tomorrow before we close up. So for all those who registered for the ski trip, we prepared just a few informations. It is very important to remember that we will have 2 buses, and the buses are leaving really at 9. So please be here at least 15 minutes before, in front of this hotel. There will be 2 buses, and we will start our way. It's important that we are not too late. So this is the first thing, and this is the short program. We ordered a little bit of sun. I don't know if that will happen, but at least I think it will not rain. I think so. We have also here our local foresters. I don't know if they already want to present something, what we will see tomorrow, or they will lead us probably tomorrow through this excursion. And we will see a little bit of the karst region and what happened after one of the biggest fires in that region. And then we will see also a little bit of the history of forestry and what does it mean for the present situation. So we are planning to finish around 5 o'clock. We will be back here in Portorož. So if you have any specific wishes, you have to catch a train or something during that time, please come to Daria. Please, Daria, here, and tell her so that we will know if we have to arrange some extra transport or something like that. Otherwise, if you are just coming with the bus, that's the most important thing. We are going from here to Italy, so we will cross the border. That's why we are asking you just to have your identity card in case of. But you know, we are inside the Schengen, there shouldn't be any problems, but in case of a control, you need to have one identity card or something with you. Something else to announce for tomorrow? No? Okay. Good. Then this is these are technical informations. And yeah, before we go maybe to conclusions, I would really like to thank you for coming, for all these discussions. For me, it was a long day. I don't know if Andrei was able to put together some conclusions. I think that the statements that was said here are more than we can say together. Do you have any other?
No, it was really a nice round, and I think it has wrapped up the everything what we have talked today, and it was really my pleasure as well.
Yeah, so, but I would like to say some special thanks for those who were helping me today, and maybe you didn't even notice them because everything went smoothly. So Daria was the one who was helping me. Please, Daria. And Karina, she was Ramona is all the time behind, but she is looking at everything. We wouldn't make it without Vasya. Thank you, Andrei, also for speaking again with us. I hope that next years you will be here with us again.
With pleasure. Yes.
So I probably forgot someone to say thank you, but anyway, thank you all. I think it was really a fruitful day, and I learned a lot. So thank you again. Do we have to now something regarding the assembly? No.
No, just everybody who is member of WOFO, now we have our general assembly starting at the meeting room.
We will stay here at the moment, stay here, and then we will see how it will go. So members of WOFO have to stay here. All the others are free till tomorrow morning. So please don't be late. Thank you. That's the way where we will go with the bus.